LoveLore Library. Chapter 643. Master, please don't send Longshui away. Longshui promises that I won't dare to do it again. Longshui begged pitifully. She hoped that she could stay by her master's side, even if it was just to watch. She had a feeling that her master seemed to know everything that she had done. Longshui, you must remember, if a dog has disloyalty, then it won't be far from death. Yi Baiming said faintly. Longshui's heart sank. A dog, in her master's heart, she was nothing more than a dog. Master, what about tonight's competition? Longshui asked with a face full of fear. He didn't expect that Longshui would be so daring. Go and watch the competition. If there are any strange movements, immediately report to me. Yi Baiming said with a gloomy face. Yellow Wings Competition Zone, August's monthly competition's final match, Flame Emperor vs. Willow Blade. Yunxing and Donghuang Linger had been waiting for this match for a month. Yunxing and Donghuang Linger had arrived at the arena very early. Before the start of the match, Yunxing felt that her eyelids twitched. It was a sense of danger that she had never felt before. Yunxing had been in the Blue Dragon continent for so long, but she had never felt this kind of feeling before. What is it? What is it? Yunxing. Are you ready? Donghuang Linger pushed Yunxing. Here is a bottle of Spring of Life. Keep it. If you meet with an emergency later on, immediately drink it. Yunxing was unable to tell where this sudden sense of danger came from. However, she was certain that it was definitely related to the upcoming match. There was still half an hour before the start of the match. In order to calm down her restless emotions, Yunxing took a look at Willow Blade's battle record again. Willow Blade had participated in a total of 30 matches, and without exception, they won all of them. In this battle team, Lu Qingqing was good at attacking, while Tortoise Blade was good at attacking and defending. It was a very special battle skill. Once the battle skill was activated, it would form a defensive circle within a quarter of an hour, making it impenetrable. It sounded like it had the same effect as Gu Feng's Heavenly Sphere of Light, but Gu Feng's Heavenly Sphere of Light lasted longer. The competition is about to begin. How are your preparations? Chu Yu came to the resting room. She looked a little worried. Everything is normal. Yunxing and Donghuang Linger nodded. Be careful. Lu Qingqing might use some extreme methods. Also, pay attention to the Tortoise Blade. Chu Yu had been feeling anxious since early this morning. There were too many uncertainties in the first competition zone. With Kong Fei as the referee, Chu Yu was worried that he would be biased. If you really aren't a match for him, there's no need to fight him head-on. As long as there's life, there's hope. Chu Yu had already prepared for the worst. After all, Lu Qingqing and Tortoise Blade were too strong. Big sister Chu Yu, you just need to prepare a celebratory feast and wait for our triumphant return. Donghuang Linger laughed. She didn't realize at all what kind of fierce battle was going to happen next. Flame and Emperor walked into the arena. Tonight, there was no moon. The sky was as dark as a pool of ink. However, because of the soul-stirring monthly competition, the Heaven's Wings arena was as bright as day. When the two groups of contestants entered the resting rooms on the left and right sides of the arena, many magic light beams shot out from the two sides of the first competition zone. The light beams landed on the two groups of contestants in the finals of the monthly competition. Flame Emperor only felt that his eyes were bright, and his vision was blurred for a moment. When he saw the situation of the arena clearly again, he heard a burst of voices. The spectator stands that could only accommodate 3,000 people were filled with 4,000 to 5,000 people today. Outside the first competition zone, there were still a large number of spectators who couldn't enter the arena. The entire spectator stands were filled with people. Everyone was shouting crazily. This was all due to the temporary change in the schedule of the competition and the fact that the tickets were sold for 2 days. Willow Blade Battle Team was already standing on the arena. Kong Fei was dressed in fancy clothes. Flame Emperor also walked onto the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first competition zone. Tonight, the finals of the monthly competition in August will begin. Standing beside me is the ever-victorious Willow Blade Battle Team and the rising Flame Emperor Battle Team. Let us look forward to this battle between the old and the new. Willow Blade or Flame Emperor? Who are you all supporting? Flame Emperor, Willow Blade. Tonight, there were a lot of people from the Hidden Night Pavilion present. They formed a camp and shouted crazily for Willow Blade. There weren't a lot of people who supported Flame Emperor. Long Tu squeezed into a group of people and could barely see the situation on the arena. He didn't even dare to blink his eyes. He was afraid that if he blinked, he would miss something. In the spectator stands, there were 2 particularly eye-catching seats. Second Young Master Tianidong sat in one of the seats. Yellow Knight Emissary of the Hidden Night Pavilion sat in the other seat. Second Young Master Tianidong and Yellow Knight Emissary both had their own thoughts. What shocked Tianidong was that he didn't think that the Yellow Wings competition zone, which he had never paid attention to, would have such high popularity. Yellow Knight Emissary, on the other hand, was itching to see the results of the competition. A lot of money had poured into this monthly competition. As long as Lu Qingqing won this round, he would earn a considerable profit of tens of millions of gold tonight. Let the competition begin. Kong Fei announced. At the same time, the masked Flame Emperor's lips moved and spat out a word. This word was clearly heard by the Flame Emperor. Go! A wind-type magic instantly swept up the Flame Emperor and helped her charge towards Tortoise Blade in Willow Blade Battle Team. That wind was used perfectly, sending the Flame Emperor to within half a foot of Tortoise Blade. At this moment, Tortoise Blade hadn't finished chanting. On the other side, a layer of magic elements had just appeared around Tortoise Blade's body. It was at that moment that a lightning dragon erupted like a volcano. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses that suddenly leaped over. The 3,000 to 4,000 spectators only felt their eardrums buzz. Just as they had no time to cover their ears, they smelled a burnt smell. Sizzle, 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 several magic soul stones on the Flame Emperor's magic scepter lit up in an instant, and several lightning flashes turned into a raging flood dragon. That flood dragon crossed the air and pierced through Tortoise Blade's chest. Tortoise Blade was a saint-level mage, and the Flame Emperor was also a saint-level mage. He never thought that the Flame Emperor's magic attack would actually choose a close-range attack. In the previous few competitions, without exception, Flame would first launch defense or use water magic to confuse the public, and then the Flame Emperor would start. Unexpectedly. It was just that Tortoise Blade couldn't understand how the Flame Emperor was able to use wind and lightning magic at the same time in such a short period of time. He didn't allow Tortoise Blade to think clearly. Gotcha, a certain organ in his chest had been blasted apart. Chapter 644. Immediately after, a rain of blood blossomed on Tortoise Blade's chest like a strange demonic flower. Tortoise Blade's eyeballs gradually turned grayish-white. His vitality left his body bit by bit as the rain of blood spurted out. On the side, Lu Qingqing had yet to recover from her shock. Her opponent was a mage. How could he use a close-range attack that only warriors could use? Even the Emperor had a look of disbelief in her eyes when she had succeeded. Even though Yen had already repeatedly deployed the strategy for tonight's match before the match. That was to kill Tortoise Blade at the start of the match. In the spectator stands, the spectators who had been screaming incessantly stopped in an instant, as if an invisible hand was choking their throats. On the field, only Yen remained calm from start to finish. She had to remain calm because the slightest surprise in the arena meant death. Whether it was in the Heaven's Wings arena or the Boundless Continent, every contestant believed that victory depended on strength. Strength was king. However, Yen did not think so. In a match, especially one where life and death could be decided in an instant, using one's brain was more useful than using one's fists. After analyzing Willow Blade's battle pattern for a few matches, Yen keenly discovered that once Tortoise Blade's defense was activated, there was no suspense in the match. Tortoise Blade's defense was almost invulnerable, but for nearly a minute after his defense was activated, he was practically defenseless. At that time, Lu Qingqing was also accumulating energy to unleash her combat skills. That was the best time to kill Tortoise Blade. Once Tortoise Blade died, Lu Qingqing's defense became her biggest flaw. Tortoise Blade's chanting time was actually not much different from Huang's, who had undergone dark gold training. In terms of chanting, Huang was no match for Tortoise Blade. However, Yen was different. Her chanting time was twice as fast as Tortoise Blade's. Therefore, the moment Kong Fei announced the start of the match on the field, Yen had already finished chanting. She released her first wind-type spell, helping Yen get close to Tortoise Blade in one fell swoop. Thunder Dragon Flash, with its astonishing attack power, succeeded in one hit, just as Yen had expected. Tortoise Blade. Lu Qingqing looked at her companion. Tortoise Blade, who was already dead, crashed to the ground like a collapsing wall, dying on the arena. Yen's attack was very fatal. At this moment, the results of the Dark Gold instructor's training were obvious. He didn't want to waste any extra MP. Yen's attack had hit Tortoise Blade's heart. Tortoise Blade couldn't be more dead. I'm going to kill all of you. Lu Qingqing's eyes were filled with killing intent and rage. At this moment, she had already finished channeling her Do Qi. Her originally slender and tall body emitted bursts of popping sounds. Her limbs and hair had already undergone a transformation. Spots and small bumps that looked like suction cups grew on her originally white and smooth arms. Her skin had also turned light blue. Lu Qingqing's arms became softer and softer, constantly lengthening and expanding. Like willow branches being blown by a storm, they cunningly wrapped around the Emperor's neck. After Emperor's attack succeeded, his body rushed forward a few steps according to inertia. He was about to collide with Lu Qingqing's mutated tentacles. Return. A few wisps of wind wrapped around the Emperor's waist. When he was about to approach Lu Qingqing, his body was pulled back. You want to escape? In your dreams. Qiu Qingqing's Do Qi surged. Countless hairs swarmed out, like seaweed dancing on the bottom of the sea, constantly climbing on the arena. In a flash, the hairs had surrounded the entire arena. As a veteran, Qiu Qingqing experienced a brief moment of surprise when her partner was killed in an instant. Her mentality immediately adjusted. Lu Qingqing thought that Emperor had used 2 spells at once. Right now, she must have consumed a lot of MP, and it was impossible for her to cast a 3rd spell. But Qiu Qingqing was wrong again. Boom, another lightning bolt that was enough to shock the entire arena. It hit one of Lu Qingqing's mutated arms. Lu Qingqing's mutated arms were cut off by the lightning, and it bounced a few times on the arena. You actually have extra MP. I really underestimated you earlier. Lu Qingqing's expression changed. She glanced at the broken arm as if it was nothing at all. I'm much more powerful than you think. Emperor landed safely on the ground, panting slightly. 1 advanced spell and 1 intermediate spell. Her MP had been consumed by 80 to 90%. However, Emperor was not worried because she still had Yen. You think you can win by cutting off one of my arms? Lu Qingqing laughed, her beautiful eyes full of disdain. She was careless today and lost a comrade. But it was fine. She alone was enough for this competition. Glory would only belong to her, Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing breathed slowly. A ball of blue light flashed on the arm that was hit by the lightning bolt. This is... There was a disgusting squirming sound on Lu Qingqing's broken arm, and a new arm grew out. Regrowing a broken arm was the unique talent of the Seagull Queen. Ha ha ha, I want to see how many more spells you have. Come at me together. Lu Qingqing's eyes had a touch of flirtatious blue. The do qi on her body changed. Emperor only felt that the temperature around him had become much colder. Near the arena, the small bumps on Lu Qingqing's mutated tentacles changed and turned into poison sacs. Two mutated tentacles moved at the same time, attacking Yen and Emperor. There was a touch of surprise in Emperor's eyes. In the previous competition, Lu Qingqing did not have time to shape-shift. But this time, the shape-shifting ability she displayed caught Emperor off guard. The terrifying healing and regenerative ability. Was this the terrifying effect of the Seagull Queen's Soul Stone? Countless tentacles rushed towards the Flame Emperor without any blind spots. The small arena was instantly filled with those tentacles. The audience could not even see the situation in the arena clearly. The tentacles of the Seagull Queen were stained with paralyzing poison. Once touched, it would slow down one's movements and paralyze one's body. The audience seemed to have seen the scene of Emperor being torn apart by the tentacles. In the audience stands, Chu Yu stood up with a bang. His heart felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. Long Tu was anxious. He hurriedly squeezed out and sent a message to Yi Baiming. But just as the tentacles were about to swallow the two of them, Lu Qingqing let out a shrill cry. Fire! It's fire! In the audience, the sharp-eyed people noticed that there was a small flame on the arena. The flame was getting brighter and brighter. It was like a small spark that quickly became a prairie fire. She stared at the fully transformed sea octopus queen. After beast transformation, Lu Qingqing had turned into a super sea beast that was more than 3 meters tall. Her limbs and hair had all turned into dark blue tentacles. Lu Qingqing, who had completely gone berserk, was no longer worthy of being called a person. His hair, hands, and feet had all turned into tentacles. His body had turned into the belly of an octopus. Only his head was exposed. Around him, the blue fighting energy controlled by Lu Qingqing kept drifting and sliding. They were like small knives, cutting through Yan's skin, limbs, tearing at her hair and scratching open wounds on her body. Yan's eyes were red with anger. Drops of blood dripped from the tips of her pitch-black hair. Her skin was white. Blood and snow-like skin complemented each other. She looked sad and beautiful. She clasped her hands together. This kind of aqua-blue fighting energy seemed to be the natural nemesis of hellfire. The hellfire was extinguished little by little. Yan suddenly took a big step forward and rushed towards Lu Qingqing. You're asking for death. Lu Qingqing, who had already swallowed a person, mumbled something in her mouth and spat out a huge bubble with a pu sound. The bubble enveloped Yan. Lu Qingqing sucked hard and swallowed Yan into her body. Little bitch, you're so soft and tender. You taste really good. Lu Qingqing stretched out a tentacle, patted her bulging belly and burped. After swallowing 2 people in one go, Lu Qingqing also felt that the burden on her body was not small. That Yan must have been scared silly. She actually rushed over as if she was seeking death. Lu Qingqing wins. Kong Fei saw that the results of the competition had been decided and flew forward to announce the results. Chu Yu's knees went soft and she knelt beside the arena. Tears blurred her eyes. Yan, in the end, did not listen to her. She actually rushed towards Lu Qingqing as if she was seeking death. Ha ha ha, I won. This month's competition, I'm. The beast Lu Qingqing waved her tentacles ferociously. Just as she was about to go wild with joy, her soft tentacles suddenly froze. She stiffly lowered her head and looked at her round octopus belly. A cold, but unusually clear voice said, "Spit out everything that you ate." Boom, the entire first competition area, as if it was hit by a tornado, suddenly exploded. On the arena, the aqua-blue fighting energy walls were like a fish tank that was smashed by a heavy hammer, shattering into pieces. Standing on the arena, Kong Fei, who was about to announce the results of the competition, felt his vision darken. A terrifying gust of wind sent Kong Fei flying. His head slammed into the bottom of the stage and he fainted. Lu Qingqing only felt that her stomach, tentacles, and head were torn apart by a terrifying force that she had never felt before. The audience in the spectator stands did not even have time to see what happened. The entire competition area fell into a panic. The hurricane that flew out from the arena caused the entire first competition area to fall into a state of panic. The hurricane that seemed like it came from hell was rampaging, like a level 19 typhoon passing through, sweeping everything in its path. Such a situation was just like the last time in the Yellow Wings competition area when the Beast King level magical beast evolved. The destructive power of the magical beast's esoteric magic was just like that. After a full quarter of an hour, when the sound of the wind gradually stopped, the audience, who were holding their heads and squatting on the ground, finally raised their heads, trembling. The magic arrays in the arena were almost all destroyed. In the first competition area, everything that could be seen with the naked eye had been blown away. The arena had disappeared, and the spectator stands had also been uprooted by the hurricane. There were severed limbs and wreckage everywhere, and the most miserable was none other than Lu Qingqing on the arena. The body of the huge sea beast that had completely turned into a beast had already been torn into pieces. The severed head and tentacles had long since disappeared without a trace. She had actually died without an intact corpse, and even her bones could not be seen. Heaven's Wing East jumped down from the spectator stands. His eyebrows twitched, and he cursed inwardly, Motherf ****. The first competition area was completely destroyed. Heaven's Wing Arena would have to pay for this loss. This time, he had really suffered a terrible loss. Chapter 646. What happened? What happened just now? What was that? What a strong wind. Those spectators who were lucky enough not to be injured by the broken arms and wreckage all buried their heads, not daring to make a sound. Chu Yu was also thrown to the ground by that terrifying power. As for Kong Fei, his whereabouts were unknown long ago. Chu Yu followed the dust and smoke that had yet to completely disperse and looked towards the arena where the hurricane had been generated. Just now, in that thrilling moment, only Chu Yu was closest to the arena. And only she could clearly see that the shockingly powerful hurricane had come from, it came from Lu Qingqing's stomach. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Chu Yu's eyes suddenly widened. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Yen. Emperor. In the center of the arena that had already been razed to the ground, there were two more people. No, to be exact, there was a person standing there, and that person was supporting another person. Yen was supporting Emperor. Emperor's hand was still tightly clutching an empty bottle. Cough, cough. Emperor raised his head with difficulty, his voice weak. Did we win? We won. There was a trace of sobbing in Yan's voice. Witnessing this scene, the entire arena was dead silent. Yellow Knight Emissary, who was lying on the ground with his head in his hands, pointed at the arena as if he was mute, unable to utter a single word. Lost. Lu Qingqing, who had taken a forbidden medicine and completely transformed into a beast, was actually defeated. Just now, what had happened? A hurricane of that scale must have been caused by an extremely powerful magic tool, which was a powerful spell of high-level magic or above. Hadn't Lu Qingqing already devoured Yan Emperor? How could she have been killed in an instant? This was simply a shocking reversal. Chu Yu rubbed her eyes and walked to the side of the dumbstruck Tianyi Dong. Second young master, can you announce the final result of the competition? Although the entire arena had been destroyed. But Lu Qingqing had already been killed by an unknown spell, and Yan Emperor was unharmed. This, of course. In the Yellow Wings division, the first place of the finals of the two-person competition in August is the Yan Emperor combination. Tianyi Dong looked everywhere for Kong Fei, but he couldn't find any trace of him. Tianyi Dong reluctantly announced the result of the competition. As soon as the result of the match was announced, Chu Yu dashed towards Flame Emperor like an arrow. The moment he saw Chu Yu, Yan's body collapsed without any warning. Chu Yu hurriedly took Yan and Huang and sent them to the VIP resting area. As soon as he was sent into the resting area, Chu Yu immediately ordered people to seal off the resting area. She checked Yan's body again and discovered that the magic power in Yan's body had been completely depleted, not even a bit was left. This was probably related to the last spell she had just released. Chu Yu had been a referee for many years, and she had observed a few matches between Sky Magicians and above in the Sky Wings division, but she had never seen anyone use a spell like Flame. Just what kind of magic was that? It was actually able to create such a terrifying hurricane from the body of a peak 9th rank sea beast. It tore Lu Qingqing into pieces, and even her corpse couldn't be found. What a reckless way of fighting. As Chu Yu recalled this, he finally understood why Yan had rushed towards Lu Qingqing as if he was throwing away his life. The body of the Sea Octopus Queen was incomparably tough, and most spells were invulnerable. However, if a powerful spell were to be cast from the body of the Sea Octopus Queen, it would be able to break through the body of a magical beast. However, such a method was truly too dangerous. If he was the slightest bit careless, Chu Yu didn't dare to think about it any further. After tonight's battle, Chu Yu had instantly aged several years. These two naughty girls had really been scared to death. Yan and Huang were the same. They were both fugitives who didn't care about their own lives. Chu Yu sighed as she took off Yunxing's mask. Other than her face, Yunxing's entire body was covered in injuries. The acid in the Sea Octopus Queen's stomach had burned a large amount of skin. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The current Yan was like an empty shell that had been drained of all energy. She had many fractures all over her body, and she was very weak. Chu Yu fed her some medicine, but the unconscious Yunxing couldn't swallow it. Chu Yu's heart was burning with anxiety. She didn't have any method to save Yunxing. On the other side, Huang's injuries had also been treated. In comparison, the Emperor's injuries were lighter. Her limbs were only corroded by the acid in the Sea Octopus Queen's stomach. However, due to the bottle of Spring of Life that Yan gave her earlier, Huang's life was saved. Furthermore, she woke up very quickly. Where's Yunxing? After waking up, the first thing Dong Huang Linger did was to look for Yunxing. She is right beside you. However, her situation isn't good. I'm afraid that we can only seek help from Hidden Night Pavilion. Chu Yu tried several precious medicinal herbs, but none of them were effective. Not a single bit of her magical power was left. If the situation was serious, her magical soul would be injured. Chu Yu couldn't think of anyone that could save Yunxing. Most likely, it could only be that national expert Su from Hidden Night Pavilion. However, after tonight's fierce battle, Hidden Night Pavilion would definitely suffer disastrous losses. Would national expert Su be willing to save her? We can't seek help from Hidden Night Pavilion. Dong Huang Linger wanted to sit up. However, Her injuries made it difficult for her to move. Get out of the way. A cold male voice suddenly appeared. Who are you? How did you enter the resting room? Chu Yu was startled. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of her. In order to prevent outsiders from entering, Chu Yu had already set up a magic formation outside. If anyone were to enter, she would definitely know beforehand. However, when this young man arrived, there was no warning at all. This person's strength was definitely very high. However, looking at his age, he didn't seem to be a very powerful expert. Chu Yu took a closer look and saw the appearance of the man clearly. It was a young man that wore a jade-black-colored warrior robe. His appearance was so handsome that it caused Chu Yu's heart to skip a beat. Chu Yu had seen countless people. However, she had never seen a man with such an extraordinary temperament. Phoenix eyes, thin lips, a pair of silver-gray eyes. Just by standing there, he was like a king that had descended upon the world, causing others to feel fear. Yi Baiming, cough cough. You are Yunxing's fiancé, Yi Wangye, right? When Dong Wanglinger saw Yi Baiming, she let out a sigh of relief. Yi Baiming didn't reply. He stared at Yunxing and touched her cheek. Yunxing's body was ice cold. Yi Baiming's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Just now, he felt a burst of fear. Long Tu's notification made him hastily end the competition that he was in and rush to the Yellow Wings competition zone. However, who would have thought that what he saw was his two injured subordinates and the messy first competition zone? Yi Baiming relied on his intuition to find Yunxing's location. What made him shocked was that no matter what kind of situation she encountered, the little wild cat that would always be alive and kicking was currently lying not far away. Chapter 647. Yunxing's Dharma soul had suffered a very serious injury. Yi Baiming only checked for a moment, then cursed in a low voice. Yi Baiming had always known that Yunxing's talent in magic was very high. After all, she had half of his Dharma soul. In the world, she was the one and only 5-elemental Dharma soul. After using her new magic to kill a peak of the 9th rank beast warrior, her body couldn't take it anymore. Yi Baiming didn't hesitate at all. He took out a bottle of something from his storage ring. It's useless, she can't drink it. Chu Yu was just about to remind him. But at the next moment, Chu Yu and Dong Wanglinger suddenly opened their eyes wide. Yi Baiming drank the bottle of medicine, then bent down and pressed his lips against Yunxing's lips. Because she was unconscious, Yunxing's lips were cold and tightly shut. Yi Baiming tried, but he wasn't able to send the medicine in. However, he didn't give up. He used his tongue to gently tease Yunxing's lips. Perhaps because she felt something, Yunxing's throat let out a low moan, and her teeth were gently pried open. Yi Baiming patiently fed the medicine in his mouth drop by drop into Yunxing's mouth, all the way until she drank all of the medicine. After he finished feeding her, he didn't forget to considerately wipe away the residual liquid at the side of Yunxing's mouth. Yi Baiming did this series of actions quite naturally. Chu Yu and Dong Wanglinger, who were standing at the side and didn't even have a lover, were so pitiful that their faces and ears turned red. They didn't even know where to look. Just now, Yi Baiming's action of feeding the medicine, in their eyes, was the most intimate action between lovers. Moreover, Yunxing and Yi Baiming, one was a handsome guy, while the other was a beautiful girl. The scene of the two of them together was so pleasing to the eye that it made one's nose bleed. Yi Baiming carried Yunxing. Where are you taking her? Chu Yu was still a little worried. Yi Baiming left without looking back. Hidden Night Pavilion. Her body has been greatly drained. She needs both a doctor and a magician to treat her. He's Yunxing's fiancé. Chu Yu asked. He is Yi Baiming from Earth Wings competition zone. He wouldn't harm Yunxing. Dong Huanglinger was having a headache right now. She didn't know how to tell Qi and Gu Feng that Yunxing was taken away by Yi Baiming. Especially abandon his feelings for Yunxing. Earlier on, when Yunxing brought up the topic of marriage, Dong Huanglinger was very against it. As such, Dong Huanglinger thought that the marriage between Yi Baiming and Yunxing was arranged by their parents. But today, after seeing Yi Baiming's actions, Dong Huanglinger realized that this person who was usually as cold as ice, when he met Yunxing, he would become as gentle as a puddle of water. Even a blind person could tell that Yi Baiming was sincere towards Yunxing. Moreover, his feelings for her were very deep. Just that, Yunxing, that stupid person, didn't know why, but for some reason, she just couldn't accept it. Sigh, let's not think too much about it. This kind of relationship is the most troublesome. Oh right, big sister Chuyu, what happened to that Lu Qingqing? Linger understood that Yi Baiming wouldn't let anything happen to Yunxing. Dong Huanglinger rested for a moment and recovered some of her strength. The effect of the water of life was truly amazing. At the instant when she was swallowed by Lu Qingqing, a thought flashed through her mind. Yunxing said that if she were to encounter danger, she must definitely drink the water of life. Therefore, the only thing she did at that time was to drink the water of life. Thanks to that water, her life was saved. Although her body was fine, she was still knocked out by the sea octopus queen's venom. When she regained consciousness, she remembered that Yunxing was supporting her. Lu Qingqing is dead. Linger, do you know what kind of magic Yunxing used at the last moment? Chuyu also didn't know what kind of magic Yunxing had used. It wasn't just Chuyu. All the spectators who had witnessed that match on the arena that day. Not a single person recognized what kind of magic Yunxing had used. The monthly finals had just ended, and Tianydong ordered people to count the losses in the first division. Tianydong had a belly full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. After the competition ended, because Kong Fei was unconscious, Tianydong could only count the losses himself. After counting, Tianydong was about to explode in anger. He originally thought that the first division had suffered heavy losses, but who would have thought that the hurricane that had come out of nowhere would be so tyrannical? The first, second, and even the third division had been affected to varying degrees. The first and second divisions could be said to have been razed to the ground, and the third division was mostly destroyed. Looking at the situation, the entire division would need to be repaired. In this way, the income from these 2 days of competition alone was far from enough to make up for the losses. Not only that, but all the matches in the Yellow Wings division that had originally been held in these 3 divisions also needed to be adjusted. Needless to say, because of that hurricane that had come out of nowhere, many spectators watching tonight's competition were seriously injured. There were also some very troublesome characters among them, and the medical expenses and settlement expenses for these people weren't small. Because he couldn't find out exactly how that hurricane had come about, Tianydong could only admit that he was unlucky and shoulder all the losses. Damned Hidden Night Pavilion, damned forbidden medicine, this young master will definitely settle this account with you. Tianydong put all the blame on the Hidden Night Pavilion and Lu Qingqing. A servant came forward and reported, "Second young master, there are people outside asking for an audience." "What time is it?" "Don't see them." "Can't you see that this young master is busy?" Tianydong was impatient. "Second young master, it's people from the Zhao state." From the looks of it, they seem to be the Zhao state's main summoners. The servant braced himself. "Main summoners? I'm afraid they're here for the Black Wings division. I'll go see the guests." When Tianydong heard that it was people from the Zhao state, he thought about it and immediately decided to see them. The matter had to be explained from the disappearance of the magical beast half a month ago. After the king-level magical beast escaped, Tianydong ordered many people in the arena to go out and search for it, but there had been no clues. That king-level magical beast seemed to have a particularly outstanding concealment ability, and even the summoners sent by the Zao state earlier didn't find any clues. In desperation, the Zao state agreed to send more people. It was just that Tianyi Dong hadn't expected that the Zao state would actually send a cardinal, and 2 of them at that. The composition of the Zao state was 1 pope, 3 8 god summoners, and 13 main summoners. Tianyi Dong hurriedly straightened his clothes, then led a group of high-ranking people from the Zao state out of the Yellow Wings division and went to the outside of the Skywing arena to welcome the 2 distinguished guests from the Zao state. Tianyi Dong still attached enough importance to the Zao state. After all, nearly a month had passed since the magical beast escaped, and there was still no news. His elder brother, Tianyi Dong, had laughed at him for this matter. Seeing that his father, the Lord of Skywing City, was about to return from his travels, Tianyi Dong was also a little anxious. Outside the Skywing arena, 2 summoners of different stature were waiting outside. Both of them were sitting on flying magical beasts. Both of them were wearing the summoner's robes. Under the night wind, their loose robes fluttered in the wind. Chapter 648. One of them was a man in his 50s, and the other was wearing a mask, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. It could only be seen from her appearance and the way she walked that she was a woman. That female summoner had just raised her head and was sizing up the Skywing arena. In the darkness of the night, the arena that would cause the entire continent to tremble was less noisy and more peaceful than it was during the day. In the night, the entire arena was like a dormant beast of the night. The female summoner looked at the 2 words, Sky Wings, and felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Welcome, welcome. I've kept you 2 waiting. Tianyi Dong saw the masked female summoner and frowned. This woman's mask was very similar to the mask of the Flame Emperor group. They were both ferocious masks that looked like harpies. Were all women wearing those things these days? Tianyi Dong was very unhappy and easily associated it with that competition that had caused him to suffer heavy losses. I'm very grateful that the 2 bishops have come in person. Tianyi Dong secretly probed the cultivation of the 2 bishops, but who would have thought that he could not see through their specific cultivation at a glance? He could not help but be shocked. His father had once said that the Zao state was the most unfathomable existence on the continent, especially that masked bishop whose age and appearance were unknown. Tianyi Dong felt a chill all over his body as soon as he got close to her. Second young master is too courteous. His Holiness the Pope and the Skywing City Lord are close friends. His Holiness had originally wanted to come in person after such a major incident in the Skywings arena, but due to his busy schedule, he specially entrusted me and the 9th bishop to come in person, the man in his 50s said politely. The middle-aged summoner began to exchange pleasantries, and after his explanation, Tianyi Dong knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was the 4th bishop of the Zao state, and the masked female bishop was the 9th bishop. Both of them had come on the orders of the Emperor Zao in red to search for clues about a king-level magical beast. This time, the appearance of a king-level magical beast in Skywing City was still very important to the Zao state. Are you done talking? Let's get down to business. The 4th bishop and Tianyi Dong were still exchanging pleasantries, but the 9th bishop on the side had already retracted his gaze. He suddenly interrupted the conversation between Tianyi Dong and the 3rd bishop. Tianyi Dong furrowed his brows very unhappily. This woman was a little too unreasonable. The 4th bishop, on the other hand, had a good temper and said, "Second young noble, there's no need to be so formal. The 9th bishop has always been like this. She has no ill intentions. It's getting late. Why don't we go to the Xianyi competition zone to take a look? I heard that the arena has been maintaining the same situation as the day after the match." Seeing the appearance of the 4th bishop, Tianidong understood that although the 9th bishop was ranked behind the 4th bishop, his status seemed to be higher than the 4th bishop's. He led the two of them to the profound wings area. The mysterious wings division was different from the other three divisions. Due to the special characteristics of the magical beasts, the competition grounds needed to be very vast. Therefore, the mysterious wings division was not divided into 9 divisions. Instead, it was directly connected to one division. It was an extra-large competition area the size of a modern open-air stadium. The entire Profound Wings competition zone was bordered by the Earth Wings competition zone and the Yellow Wings competition zone. When the two red-robed bishops walked into the Mysterious Wings competition zone, they only saw a frightening scene. The entire Mysterious Wings competition zone, which used to be flat, had actually disappeared. It was like a large ruin, with clods of earth everywhere, and the spectator stands all around had been razed to the ground. This was the power of one of the profound truths of nature, the throbbing pulse of the earth. That magical beast had just broken through not long ago. If it had been a magical beast that had broken through for a long time, the throbbing pulse of the earth would have caused more than just the complete destruction of the venue. It's the throbbing pulse of the earth. That magical beast is a true king-level magical beast. Just as the 4th bishop and Tianidong were talking, the 9th bishop's body silently streaked past. Her body technique was indescribably wonderful, like a shooting star. By the time people realized it, she had already turned into a flash of light. What a powerful body technique! Tianidong couldn't help but put away his previous thoughts of looking down on her. The 9th bishop moved a few times, and she was already standing in an area. She stood in that area, the tip of her nose twitching slightly. That magical beast was standing here at the time. Tianidong's expression was strange. He immediately called for his subordinates and confirmed the 9th bishop's doubts. The 9th bishop crouched down and searched the ground. She suddenly frowned. This magical beast that broke through was pregnant with a beast fetus at the time. Even though a few months had passed, the 9th bishop still managed to find some clues. Wasn't this 9th bishop a little too sharp? Tianidong asked again and found that the situation on that day was just as the 9th bishop had guessed. You actually let a female beast that was on the verge of breaking through participate in the competition. The 9th bishop's originally hoarse voice became even more unpleasant. Tianidong had never been questioned in such a tone before, and he immediately retorted, "It's just a beast." Before the word "bastard" could come out of his mouth, a slap came over with a "paw" sound. Even though Tianidong had the body of a saint of war, he only felt his cheeks go numb after being slapped, and there was immediately a fishy taste in his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of saliva, and there was actually a broken tooth mixed in. "You little bitch." Tianidong was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices, and his fighting aura immediately exploded. Second young master. 9th bishop. Please calm down, both of you. Seeing this, the 4th bishop hurriedly inserted herself between the two of them, restraining the two who were at loggerheads. Second young master, the 9th bishop has a violent temperament, but she is also the most outstanding summoner in the Zao state. Only she can help you find that missing magical beast. The 4th bishop was so anxious that she was sweating profusely, and she pulled back Tianidong, who was about to use force. 9th bishop, don't forget the Emperor Zao's instructions before we set off. When we're outside, I have the final say. The 4th bishop was also the only person in the Zao state who could speak a few words with the 9th bishop, which was why Emperor Zao had sent her this time. Sure enough, as soon as she heard the words Emperor Zao, the 9th bishop, who was originally irritable and uneasy, immediately calmed down. Tianidong had been slapped in the face, and he felt very sullen. But now he had a favor to ask, and this crazy woman in front of him was the only clue that could help him find the magical beast, so he could only accept it. Seeing that both of them had calmed down, the fourth bishop breathed a sigh of relief. He asked the ninth bishop tentatively, "Do you have any clues about that escaped magical beast?" "The magical beast cub in the womb." The ninth bishop was a woman of few words. When Tianyi Dong heard this, he was angry with this woman, but also very surprised. It was just a glance, and this woman actually knew the magical beast had just given birth to a magical beast cub. Chapter 649. The outside world only knew that the magical beast had broken through in the arena, but very few people knew that the magical beast had been sent to the arena shortly after giving birth. It had given birth to a magical beast cub less than a month old. After the magical beast had escaped, the magical beast cub had been raised in the arena. Tianyi Dong brought the two bishops to the breeding shed in the Darkwings arena. "Come, bring out that little beast that was just born." Tianyi Dong ordered someone to bring out that little magical beast. A breeder with unkempt hair and a dirty face came over, holding a thin and weak magical beast in his arms. Due to the lack of milk, the little magical beast was very thin. "Ninth bishop, can we find the missing magical beast if we keep this little guy?" the fourth bishop asked. The ninth bishop's eyes fell on the little magical beast that was so thin and weak that it could die at any time, and a kind of anger suddenly arose in her heart. It was as if this little magical beast had evoked some very unpleasant memory in her. She had just entered the Heaven's Wings arena when she had a very strange feeling. This feeling was as if she was very familiar with this place. But at the same time, she loathed everything here. Although it had been a long time, the Yellow Wings Division's perennial magical beast competitions had made every tile and every wall here taste the blood of magical beasts. The smell of magical beast blood still floated in the air. Countless magical beasts were buried in this piece of land under her feet. "Since that's the case, lock this little guy up and wait for its beast mother to come to our door." Tianyi Dong waved his hand, and that filthy breeder with an indistinct face quietly glanced at the ninth bishop. When he saw the unusually beautiful silver eyes of the ninth bishop, a strange look appeared in the eyes of the breeder, whose age and appearance were unclear. The hand holding the magical beast cub trembled imperceptibly. But in the end, he still suppressed his emotions and left with the little magical beast in his arms. "Since the two bishops are already here and can't find the missing magical beast for a while, why don't this young master play host and entertain the two of you on behalf of my father? The two of you can also watch the various competitions in the Skywings arena and take a tour around Skywing City." Tianyi Dong still had to rely on the help of the two bishops from the Zhao state, so he was very attentive. But hospitality was one thing, and Tianyi Dong still hated that female summoner who had taught him a lesson. The fourth bishop readily agreed, but the ninth bishop regained her previous coldness. She said nothing and walked out with the fourth bishop. The two left the Skywings arena, accompanied by Tianyi Dong. The moon hung high in the night sky. It was quiet in the damaged Darkwings division. At this time, a figure quietly entered the breeding shed. Although the Zhao state kept a low profile, Yun Songhai did not spend too much effort to find out about Hu Jiusheng. Because in the past 10 years, the Zhao state had only one new bishop, and that was the ninth bishop. The rumors about this bishop were very mysterious. Her name was unknown, her age was unknown, and even her country of origin was unknown. The only thing that was known was that she was a woman, and her summoning ability was very strong. Preliminary estimates suggested that she could at least compete with a king-tier magical beast. This was also why the Zhao state had sent the ninth bishop to deal with the Skywings arena this time. Yun Songhai had not originally planned to come to Skywing City. He had planned to sneak into Penglai. But when he first entered Penglai, he learned a piece of news. There was a king-tier magical beast riot in Skywing City. The whole continent was shocked, and it was said that the Zhao state had already sent people there. Yun Songhai immediately thought that Emperor Zhao could not go to Skywing City in person. Then, in the Zhao state, there was only one person who had the ability to tame a king-tier magical beast, the 9th bishop. After Yun Songhai thought about it, he immediately changed his mind and went to Skywing City to infiltrate the Yellow Wings area. It just so happened that the Yellow Wings area of the Skywings arena was missing a breeder, so Yun Songhai changed his name, hid his face, and infiltrated. Chapter 650. After waiting for half a month, Hu Jiuxing finally appeared. However, Hu Jiuxing did not recognize him. Not only that, but Hu Jiuxing seemed to be very repulsed by him. She did not even want to hear his name. Yun Songhai could not help but suspect that something had happened to Hu Jiuxing. However, he could not immediately tell Hu Jiuxing. He had to find the reason why Hu Jiuxing had forgotten everything. Yun Songhai sighed inwardly. He looked at the little beast in the magic cage and said softly, "Jiuxing, do you know that our daughter was once like the little beast in this cage? But now, she has grown into a peerless talent that makes you and me sigh." In Skywing City, Yi Baiming carried Yun Xing and went to the stronghold of the Hidden Night Pavilion alone. At this time, the 4 night emissaries were all gathered in one place in the Hidden Night Pavilion. "Emissary Huang, how do you explain today's matter?" The highest commander of the Hidden Night Pavilion was a national expert with the surname Su. This person had excellent medical skills and was famous in the medical world. At this time, he was so angry that smoke almost came out of his head. Today, Lu Qingqing's competition had shaken the entire Skywing City. The Hidden Night Pavilion had suffered heavy losses. Not only that, but the rumors of the Hidden Night Pavilion using forbidden medicine had also spread like wildfire. The second young master, Tianidong, had already sent someone to question and warn the Hidden Night Pavilion that if they dared to act recklessly in the arena in the future, they would be banned from practicing medicine in the arena. Emissary Huang knelt on the ground. He no longer had his usual arrogant appearance. His face was covered in cold sweat. All his hopes were completely shattered after witnessing Lu Qingqing being torn to pieces and disappearing without a trace. Using forbidden drugs wasn't a big deal, but using forbidden drugs and losing the competition was fatal to the Hidden Night Pavilion. I also don't know why Lu Qingqing would have such a forbidden medicine. Emissary Huang was completely defeated this time. He originally thought that Lu Qingqing's victory was in the bag, but who knew that at the last moment, there was actually a miraculous reversal. However, that Yen is almost done for. Looking at her current state, she definitely won't be able to participate in any other competitions in the future. Huang Yesher wiped off his cold sweat. This time, he had won and lost millions of gold coins. The entire income of the Yellow Wings competition zone this year was completely gone. To the Pavilion of Hidden Night, this was without a doubt a heavy loss. It was equivalent to losing 1/5 of their annual income. Su Dogwa's anger was not small. He still had to eliminate the impact of this forbidden drug crisis. "Great Master of the Nation, there's someone called Yi Baiming outside who wants to see you." He also brought the monthly champion of the Yellow Wings division, Yen, along with him. "Great national expert Su, it's that woman who caused us to lose so badly." Yellow Knight Emissary was feeling apprehensive, not knowing what kind of punishment he would receive. Yi Baiming. He was the player with the best results in the Earth Wings competition zone. Emissary Qinyi. Since Su Dogwa was overseeing Skywing City, his considerations would definitely be more thorough than Emissary Huang's. He had some impression of Yi Baiming. About a few months ago, Emissary Qinyi from the Earth Wings competition zone had recruited Yi Baiming. He was invincible and could be said to be invincible in the Earth Wings competition zone. Great national expert Su could not afford to offend such a person. "Let him in." Su Dogwa gestured for someone to bring Yi Baiming in. Yi Baiming walked in under the gazes of all the emissaries. He was still carrying Yen in his arms. He was dressed in a black robe. His silver eyes were like the sharpest blade. When he swept his gaze across everyone present, everyone felt their scalps go numb. It was as if a knife had slid across their throats. This was a cold and bloodthirsty man. Although he now belonged to the Pavilion of Hidden Night, no one had enslaved him. Great national expert Su sucked in a breath of cold air. Save her. Yi Baiming's thin lips moved, only spitting out 2 words. His tone was as if he was not here to seek medical treatment, but to give an order. When Emissary Huang heard that tone and saw Yen, he was immediately furious. Who are you? How dare you speak like that in the Pavilion of Hidden Night? The woman in your arms should have died long ago. Bam! There were doctors and warriors present, but no one could see Yi Baiming's movements clearly. A strong wind flashed past, and Emissary Huang flew out like a cannonball, crashing to the ground. Even the word die was stuck in his throat. He was already dead. Everyone went forward to take a look. All the bones in Emissary Huang's body had disappeared. He was like a puddle of mud that had been soaked in water. Great national expert Su was shocked. Emissary Huang's bones had been completely shattered by a special technique. Everyone felt a chill run up from the soles of their feet. No one rushed forward. Save her, or all of you die. Yi Baiming did not move at all. He stood on the spot, and even his hair was not messed up. A red light flashed in his eyes, but it quickly returned to gray. In Yunxing's current situation, just using ancient medical skills or magic to treat her was not enough. She had to be treated with the most brilliant ancient medical skills and light magic. In Skywing City, only the Pavilion of Hidden Night had such treatment conditions. Yi Baiming did not look sideways. He only stared at great national expert Su. He knew very well that the person in charge here was great national expert Su. Su de Guichot was trembling with fear under his gaze. He braced himself and walked forward to check on Yen. There was not a single bit of magic element left in Yan's body. This shocked great national expert Su. Under such circumstances, an ordinary mage would have died long ago, but she had stubbornly survived. Although great national expert Su was very unhappy about Emissary Huang's death, he did not dare to do anything to Yi Baiming. In any case, Emissary Huang had made a big mistake this time. The title of emissary had to be taken away. However, how could he appease the god of death in front of him? Great national expert Su was able to keep watch in Skywing City for so many years without collapsing. He naturally had his own abilities. He was very meticulous. While he was diagnosing Yen, he took the opportunity to size up Yi Baiming. How is she? Although the man's voice was still cold, when he mentioned her, his voice was obviously much softer. Looking at his expression when he looked at the woman in his arms. Great national expert Su immediately understood. At the same time, he was even more curious about Yan's identity. What was the origin of this woman? She could make a man who seemed to be possessed by the god of death change into a different person. Su de Guichot's gaze fell on the mask of Yen. Yi Baiming's eyebrows were obviously raised. His voice was colder, and his words were full of possessiveness. If the little wild cat was not injured, he would not allow other men to touch her. Chapter 651. I can save her, but I have a condition. You have to help me defeat someone. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Dagua already had an idea. Who? In order to save Yunxing's life, Yi Baiming would do anything. The Yellow Wings competition was already a foregone conclusion and could not be reversed. As the person in charge of Skywing City, the most important thing for him was to think of a way to make up for the losses. Recently, other than Yi Baiming, another newcomer had appeared in the Earthly Wings competition zone. His strength seemed to be about the same as Yi Baiming's. However, he was different from Yi Baiming. That person was a tough bone that could not be swayed by force or persuasion. Moreover, this person was extremely ruthless and would definitely heavily injure his opponents every time. Nearly 10 experts from the Hidden Night Pavilion had already been killed by this person. Su Dogwa thought that only Yi Baiming had a chance of defeating this person. Feng Tian, a newcomer from the Earthly Wings competition zone. As long as you defeat Feng Tian, the Hidden Night Pavilion will naturally save your friend. Sure. I'll come and pick her up tomorrow. Yi Baiming turned and left without another word. After taking a few steps, Yi Baiming warned, "Don't look at what you shouldn't look at. Otherwise, you'll end up like him." Su Dogwa's hands trembled. The thought of peeking at Yen's true face immediately vanished. After an unknown period of time, Yunxing woke up. When she woke up, she felt her body go soft. She moved and felt something soft and hard under her head. When she turned around, she realized that she was resting on a muscular arm. Her line of sight happened to meet Yi Baiming's pair of good-looking fox eyes. Yunxing was shocked. She reflexively wanted to sit up, but she did not have any strength. Just as she sat up, she felt dizzy. As a doctor, Yunxing knew very well that this was a sign of exhaustion. "Night Fox. Why are you here?" Yunxing stared blankly. Her black eyes darted around as she tried to recall what had happened earlier. "Before you ask that question, shouldn't you take a look at whose territory this is?" Yi Baiming turned sideways and stared at Yunxing evilly. He had been looking at the wild cat like this for nearly a day and a night. Yi Baiming's voice sounded a little different today. He sounded a little tired. Yunxing looked down suspiciously. He found himself lying on an unfamiliar bed. The bed was exquisite and luxurious. It was obvious that this was not the inn she was staying in. She then looked at Yi Baiming. He looked a little different today. He was dressed in a white shirt with his collar open, revealing his sexy collarbone. This scene was too erotic, and Yunxing suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a set of pajamas on Night Fox. She looked at herself and saw that she had changed into a new set of clothes. "Yi Baiming. You dare to take off my clothes." Yunxing was embarrassed and angry. She punched Yi Baiming in the chest. Unlike usual, Yi Baiming did not reveal an evil smile. He frowned. "What are you doing? Master is injured." Behind her, an interrogating female voice suddenly interrupted Yunxing's actions. A beautiful woman walked in with a basin of water in her hands. When she saw Yunxing's actions, she quickly went forward and questioned Yunxing angrily. Yunxing looked at Yi Baiming's white shirt again. There was indeed a trace of red seeping through. Rewinding her memories, she was clearly in the arena, and then she defeated the beast Lu Qingqing. Looking at the woman at the side, Yunxing felt that she looked familiar. She suddenly recalled. Wasn't this woman one of the members of the Double Dragon team from the monthly competition? Yi Baiming, Double Dragon. How smart was Yunxing? She immediately understood what had happened. It turned out that Yi Baiming had already planted someone by her side during the competition. But why would Yi Baiming suddenly get injured? In her impression, other than when she was 6 years old, the Yi Baiming that Yunxing knew was like a god of war. No matter what the situation was, even if he met someone like Duge Xiu, he had never been injured. He was actually injured. Little wild cat, don't misunderstand. Long Shui was the one who changed your clothes. This prince wanted to personally change your clothes for you, but he was powerless. Yi Baiming's foxy eyes slightly narrowed as he swept a suggestive glance over Yunxing's body. His gaze was like a teasing feather. Wherever it landed, Yunsheng would feel a strange numbness all over her body. Yi Baiming's eyes darkened. Yunsheng, who was almost 14 years old, was completely different from the little wild cat when she was 6 years old. Due to practicing martial arts and the jade marrow technique, Yunsheng's puberty was earlier than other girls. Her skin was also much better than other girls. Su Dagua of the Hidden Night Pavilion had indeed done his best. The small wounds on Yunsheng's body were all healed without leaving a trace of a scar. Unlike other girls' snow-white skin, Yunsheng's skin was almost devoid of any pores. There was a trace of redness in the whiteness, and it looked very delicate. When Yi Baiming carried her back, the beauty in his arms emitted a faint fragrance. This fragrance was something that no other woman had. When Long Shui was helping her change her clothes, she, who was also a woman, was also endlessly envious of Yunsheng's good skin. Yi Baiming's unbridled gaze made Yunsheng feel a strange feeling all over her body. Her breathing also instantly became chaotic. There was an unprecedented ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them that was constantly spreading. The two of them had forgotten that Long Shui was still present. Long Shui, who was at the side, couldn't help but cough a few times when he saw this. Only then did he break the ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them. "Miss Yun, you can't be unreasonable to Master. In order to save you, His Highness agreed to the Hidden Night Pavilion's conditions and fought with Feng Tian. He almost lost his life." Long Shui stared at Yunsheng with jealousy and hatred. Fought with Feng Tian. The injuries on his body were caused by Feng Tian. He, as proud as he was, he actually went to beg others. What exactly happened when she was unconscious? Yunsheng vaguely remembered what happened in the arena. In order to kill Lu Qingqing and save Dong Huangling, she pretended to be swallowed by the Seaborn Queen. In the Seaborn Queen's stomach, she released the dark gale that she had just comprehended. The gale's power was astonishing. When it tore the Seaborn Queen's body apart, it also almost exhausted all of Yunsheng's magic power. Yunsheng still felt a lingering fear from the exhaustion of her magic power. It was just that she didn't have time to think about the consequences at that time. The only people who could save her in that state were the great masters of the Hidden Night Pavilion and the magicians. Yunsheng had thousands of words in her heart that she wanted to say, but when the words reached her mouth, they became, "Night Fox, I really underestimated you. Just one Feng Tian actually made you like this." Yunsheng really wanted to bite her tongue. Why did the words change the moment they came out of her mouth? Asterisk asterisk you have a baby wants a hot scene either or asterisk asterisk. Chapter 652. Yunsheng. Don't be so shameless. Before Yi Baiming could get angry, Long Shui couldn't stand it anymore. Shut up. I'm talking to your master. Why are you interrupting? Yunsheng was unhappy. What was wrong with this woman? She was talking to Night Fox. Why was she interfering? Long Shui, go down and receive your punishment. In the future, you are not allowed to enter without my summons. Yi Baiming's eyes turned cold. Long Shui had crossed the line. Long Guasha's powdered face turned white. Her master was angry. She didn't dare to say more and quickly left. The room regained its peace and quiet. Little wild cat, can you stop saying things that you don't mean? Yi Baiming sighed and reached out his hand to caress Yunsheng's cheek. Yunsheng's eyelashes trembled and a trace of embarrassment flashed across her eyes. He saw through her again. This man damned understood her. He understood that she was acting out of spite and was saying those words out of concern. Although she was both embarrassed and angry, a certain part of Yunsheng's heart had become very soft. For a moment, the two of them had nothing to say. The silent atmosphere made Yunxing's mouth dry and her heart beat faster. "Let me take a look at your wound." Yunxing could only use the excuse of looking at his wound to resolve her embarrassment. She ignored Yi Baiming and opened Yi Baiming's wound. She found a near-fatal wound on his chest. Judging from the wound, it was an attack that was enough to penetrate his heart. In fact, the situation at that time was much more dangerous than Yunxing had imagined. Feng Tian was the second accident in Yi Baiming's 17 years. As for the first accident, it was the little wild cat in front of him. Yi Baiming had never thought that there would be such an important person in his life. She was so important that he could even abandon his own life. That day, after the Hidden Night Pavilion made their offer, in order for the Hidden Night Pavilion to save Yunxing as soon as possible. The next day, Yi Baiming fought Feng Tian under the arrangement of the Hidden Night Pavilion. This was the most intense battle that the Earth Wings competition zone had ever seen since it had been established. Even Elder Yu and Elder Helian had specially rushed over to show their support. In that match, Yi Baiming and Feng Tian both revealed a side of themselves that no one knew about. Yi Baiming did not say anything, and Yunxing did not ask either. Yunxing only saw Yi Baiming's wound. It wasn't hard for her to imagine the tragic situation at that time. His fingers couldn't help but tremble. This injury had been healed by magic, which showed how dangerous the situation was at that time. Feng Tian was actually powerful to such an extent. Feng Tian is not as simple as you think. He comprehended profound magic. This is the wound from the match. Yi Baiming pulled Yunxing's hand over and placed her soft and cold hand on his burning chest. The wound was very painful, but Yunxing's hand made his wound much more comfortable. Yunxing retracted her hand. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but Yi Baiming's hand firmly grasped hers, making her unable to resist at all. No matter what, he still lost in the end. Yi Baiming, are you a cockroach? You can even escape unscathed after encountering such a strong opponent. Yunxing slapped Yi Baiming's hand away, her cheeks flushed. A trace of ridicule flashed across Yi Baiming's eyes. The little wild kitten's duplicity made him unexpectedly moved. You know you're seriously injured. Why don't you have a good rest? Yunxing noticed that Yi Baiming had obvious dark circles under his eyes. Yi Baiming just smiled and didn't explain further. He had always been a light sleeper and had never laid on the bed with anyone. After the match that day, he was seriously injured. Although Silong wanted to escort him back immediately, Yi Baiming still insisted on going to the Hidden Night Pavilion in person to take Yunxing back from the Hidden Night Pavilion. After seeing that Yunxing was almost recovered, Yi Baiming carried her back to the stronghold regardless of his injuries. However, when he was about to put Yunxing down, the little wild kitten refused to let go for some reason and hugged him tightly. He had no choice but to ask Long Shui to change the little wild kitten's clothes and let Yunxing rest on his arm. After a full day and night, the little wild kitten woke up. This was the reason why Yunxing saw Yi Baiming when she opened her eyes later. His arm was still numb at this moment. I'll take a dose of sleeping medicine for you. Although your physique is good, you're seriously injured this time and need at least half a month to rest. Yunxing looked at the wound. Yi Baiming's wound was well treated. She glanced at Yi Baiming's open lapel and found that there was a suspicious puddle of unknown substance on Yi Baiming's white lapel. It seemed to be her saliva. Yunxing's ears burned for a while. She was so embarrassed that she quickly prescribed a dose of medicine and ordered someone to decoct it. Since the punishment incident, she found that the atmosphere between her and Yi Baiming was different. There seemed to be a trace of strangeness, but she couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. The medicine was quickly decocted. After Long Shui was sent away, a simple and honest-looking man delivered the medicine. Yunxing looked at him and recognized that he was one of the double dragons from before. Long Tuesday. Seeing the steaming medicine, Yi Baiming's good-looking eyebrows wrinkled. However, the little wild kitten was watching covetously from the side. Yi Baiming had to bite the bullet and drink a few mouthfuls. When it entered his mouth, he found that the medicine was not bitter. It had a sweet taste and there was a trace of joy between his eyebrows. Yunxing saw it clearly from the side. She secretly despised him in her heart. How old was he? Still afraid of bitterness. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the scene when Yi Baiming refused to take the medicine when he was 6 years old. As the memory jumped into her mind, Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. When did she start to silently remember Yi Baiming's preferences? After drinking the medicine, Yi Baiming fell into a deep sleep as expected. Yunxing had woken up. He could finally sleep in peace. After tucking Yi Baiming in, Yunxing didn't feel sleepy and simply walked out. Not long after Yunxing left, a black fighting energy appeared around Yi Baiming, who was lying on the bed. The fighting energy was dense and dense, forming the shape of a strange demonic beast. The moment the demonic beast appeared, Yi Baiming's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yunxing, who had already stepped out of the room, was completely unaware of all this. After sleeping in the room for a day and a night, when Yunxing walked out of the room, she realized that it was already pitch black outside. It was nighttime. Yunxing looked around and realized that she was in a private residence. This seemed to be an exquisite courtyard where a rich person lived. Presumably, this was Yi Baiming's temporary stronghold in Tianyi City. How much wealth did this guy have to be able to purchase such a luxurious residence in Tianyi City, where every inch of land was worth gold? Yunxing was extremely unbalanced. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have rejected Yi Baiming's gold coins. Miss Yun, this is your magician's robe and magic scepter. A person stood not far from the door. Chapter 653. Longhua of Wandong Gambling House was still holding a clean set of elf mage robes. Actually, Longhua had already secretly checked the situation in the room just now. At that time, Yunxing was checking on Yi Baiming's wound and did not pay attention to the situation outside. It was already dark outside the room, and the illumination magic array in the room emitted a gentle light. The man was already sound asleep, and the woman's eyes were lowered as she meticulously bandaged his wound. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Their appearances were already unparalleled in the world, and at this moment, they looked even more beautiful. Longhua felt his eyes moisten, and he could not bear to break this beautiful scene, so he waited outside. Yunxing raised her head and saw Longhua. "It's you. Manager Long. You and him." Yunxing suddenly understood that the legendary mysterious behind-the-scenes boss of Wandong Gambling House was actually Yi Baiming. "Miss Yun, Lord Baiming is our fourth Long's master." There were 3 people behind Longhua, and they were Long Shuwei, Long Feng, and Long Tuesday. These 4 people were all Yi Baiming's confidants and his right-hand men. That day, when his seriously injured master carried Miss Yun back, Longhua already understood his master's feelings for Miss Yun. The master that Longhua knew was a very cautious person. He had never told anyone else about his plans all these years except for young Master Cheng and young Master Bu. Not to mention bringing her back to the stronghold. Since his master was willing to bring Miss Yun back, it meant that he had tacitly agreed that Miss Yun was the future mistress. Since his master had chosen the woman, Longhua also decided that Yunxing was his future mistress. His master was finally willing to find a woman. Thinking of this, Longhua felt emotional. He found Yi Baiming when Yi Baiming was 7 years old. At that time, his master was an almost autistic child. He lived in seclusion in the cold palace and did not smile. Longhua obeyed Empress Li's orders and secretly taught Yi Baiming magic and martial arts. His master grew at an astonishing speed. But as he grew older, Longhua felt that his master was less like a child. He didn't cry or throw a tantrum. He was shockingly calm at all times. This situation continued until Master was 9 years old. That year, Master suddenly disappeared. Longhua had searched the entire Jade capital but could not find any clues. Just as Longhua was reprimanding himself for failing to fulfill his responsibilities, about a year later, his master suddenly returned to Jade capital. When the master returned, he had already regained his sight. What was even more different was that Longhua saw something different in his master's eyes. Master seemed to have come alive all of a sudden. In the next few years, Master acquired Wanlong gambling house and gradually began to have his own power. As a subordinate and also an elder, Longhua couldn't help but mutter in his heart that he should find a woman for his master. There was once when Longhua wanted to persuade his master to accept Long Shui. After all, back then, Long Shui was personally selected by his master. Long Tu thought that his master could accept Long Shui. However, his master didn't agree and even reprimanded him. Although Longhua was reprimanded, he still didn't give up. He probed many times and looked for many women. From young girls to young married women, Longhua could be said to have looked for all kinds of women. But without exception, his master rejected all of them. Longhua started to worry that his master had gotten too close to young Master Cheng and young Master Bu and contracted some bad habits. Fortunately, at this time, Miss Yun appeared. Longhua finally saw a hint of something unusual from his master. "Master, it turns out that you still like women." Longhua looked at Yunxing with almost worshipful eyes. Yunxing felt goosebumps from his inexplicable gaze. "Steward Long, if there's nothing else, I would like to walk around." Yunsheng was very interested in Yi Baiming's courtyard. The Yun residence had already moved, and Yunsheng was also considering purchasing a new residence. After all, after she graduated from the mainland's elite magician camp, she had to choose a place to stay. The layout of a residence in Tianyi City was very good. "Miss Yun, feel free to walk around. If there's anything you need, just let me know." Longhua was very tactful and immediately retreated. The night was just right. Yunxing walked around the courtyard and carefully observed her surroundings. She discovered that there was a secret hidden in this courtyard, and there were large numbers of soldiers lying in ambush everywhere. The magic array here was also set up very cleverly. Yunxing suddenly noticed a very unfriendly gaze. Long Shui was staring at Yunxing. "You'd better stay away from Master." Yunxing frowned. This wasn't the first time Long Shui had provoked her. "You should say this to your master." Yunxing had a look of ignorance. "You're not worthy of Master." Long Shui stopped Yunxing. She didn't know what Longhua and the others were thinking, but Long Shui would never acknowledge Yunxing's identity. What mistress? As long as Master didn't marry, Long Shui would never acknowledge any woman. "Get out of the way." Yunsheng was also annoyed. Long Shui pulled out her magic scepter and aimed it at Yunxing. But the moment she was about to pull out the magic scepter, Yunxing's hand grabbed Long Shui's hand with incomparable precision. Long Shui was about to resist, but she found that her wrist was numb, and there was a pain between her thumb and index finger. The magic scepter was snatched away. Yunsheng was playing with Long Shui's magic scepter in her hand. The whole process was like a magic trick. Yunxing didn't ignore Long Shui's unharmed hand. If she remembered correctly, the reason why the two dragons withdrew was because Long Shui was attacked. It seemed that Long Shui had already developed disloyalty and betrayed Yi Baiming. Yunxing didn't mind helping Yi Baiming teach his disloyal subordinate a lesson. "You're called Long Shui, right? Don't forget, if I can kill Lu Qingqing, I can kill you. Long Shui's heart turned cold. She didn't forget that when Long Tu came back, she smacked her lips. Long Shui, who had never been good with words, danced with joy as she recounted the results of the finals in August. Yan Emperor killed Lu Dao. The tyrannical Lu Dao, both of them died. Lu Qingqing's corpse couldn't even be found. All the rumors about the Yan Emperor from before were self-destructed. What Yan Emperor? The Emperor was the main force, and Yan was just a mage in charge of defense. It was all nonsense, all lies made up by this seemingly harmless woman in front of her. After understanding this point, Long Shui shuddered. It turned out that all of this was planned by Yunxing. She was probably pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger from the beginning. What water elven mage, it was all a pretense. Whether it was Lu Qingqing or her, they were all deceived. The seemingly beautiful and harmless girl in front of her was actually such a shrewd and despicable person. Master was deceived by you. What Long Shui hated the most was that Master fell in love with such a woman. She didn't deserve to be their mistress. You like Yi Baiming. Yunxing caught the jealousy in Long Shui's words. Chapter 654. What a good Yi fox, he gave this old lady another name for no reason. Yunxing felt sour in her heart. She thought to herself that Night Fox was really popular. These women, were they all blind? What was so good about that guy? Since young, he was a cunning and black-bellied person, and he killed without blinking. If one were to talk about his good points, it was just that he was a little better looking than the average man, and he also had a little more money than the average person. One Chen Lianer was not enough, and there was also Long Shui. The female students of the elite camp all liked him like ants seeing honey. Yunxing was sour, but in terms of words, she was not at a disadvantage. His taste is really heavy. That master of yours, there are not many women in the world who can stand him. Yunxing let go of Long Shui. You are not allowed to speak ill of Master. Master is the best man in the world. Long Shui bit her lips. She hated why Master would like a woman like Yunxing. She originally thought that Yunxing was a harmless woman like a little white rabbit. Long Shui did not know that this woman was not only shrewd, but also had a vicious mouth. If a man does not like you, his good or bad has nothing to do with you. Yunxing laughed coldly. Yunxing's words were like a sharp blade, piercing Long Shui's heart until it was dripping with blood. Yunxing was right. Master did not like her. His kindness, his gentleness, all of it was only for one person. Long Shui stood dazedly in the darkness, not saying a word. After being disturbed by Long Shui's matter, Yunxing did not have the mood to look around. She simply returned to her room. On the bed, Yi Baiming was still sleeping soundly. This night quietly passed. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that Yi Baiming woke up. It had been a long time since he slept so deeply. It seemed that he had not slept like this since his mother had died. Yi Baiming turned over and sat up. His movement startled Yunxing, who was lying in front of the table. Have you recovered from your injuries? Yunxing asked with sleepy eyes. She walked forward and checked. She found that Yi Baiming's injuries had really healed. This is incredible. Your self-healing ability is even scarier than the Octopus Queen. Yunxing checked Yi Baiming's wounds. She magically found that the wounds on Yi Baiming's body, which she had thought would take half a month to heal, had all disappeared in one night, leaving only a dark red mark. If nothing unexpected happened, this mark, it would disappear tomorrow. Last time, when she fought against Lu Qingqing's beastified sea octopus queen, Yunxing thought that she had already seen the most abnormal self-healing ability. But now, compared to Yi Baiming, she realized that compared to Yi Baiming, the sea octopus queen's self-healing ability could only be considered average. At least, the octopus queen was torn to pieces by the astral winds. Yunxing did not expect that her incident would affect many people. Among them was Feng Tian. The failure of this competition was a huge disaster for Feng Tian. Gu Feng, have you checked clearly? Are you sure that Feng Tian's injuries have healed? In the inn where Elder Hellion was staying, Elder Hellion pulled Gu Feng with an anxious expression. It had been 2 days and 1 night since the duel between Yi Baiming and Feng Tian. But Feng Tian, thinking of the competition that day, Elder Hellion could not help but be moved. Apart from being happy, there was also a hint of melancholy in his heart. Yi Baiming and Feng Tian were both top geniuses. Both of them could be directly listed as star cadets. In the past, even one such cadet was a priceless treasure. However, the mainland elite camp now had 2 of them all at once. Unfortunately, a mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. In the competition between Yi Baiming and Feng Tian lost in the end. That was a competition between the top geniuses. Although the whole process of the competition only lasted for 15 minutes, it was still a competition between geniuses. The competition between Yi Baiming and Feng Tian was really unprecedentedly tragic. Even now, Elder Hellion could still remember the events of that day clearly. From today onwards, there would only be one genius in the elite camp, and that was Feng Tian. You won't be able to move. No one below the martial sage realm will be able to break my spacetime seal, Feng Tian said proudly. Spacetime seal was his profound magic. He boasted that he was a genius because he had comprehended his own profound magic when he broke through to the Saint Magician realm. Although the effect and range of this profound magic was very small, it was enough for Yi Baiming, who was only 10 meters away. I want to use magic to shatter your chest in front of everyone. If you don't want to die, you can beg for mercy. Feng Tian raised his magic scepter and used the sharp end of the scepter to draw a cross on Yi Baiming's chest. Feng Tian's magic scepter was fused with a small amount of purple gold and was incomparably hard. It could even break a high-grade armor, let alone a mere body of flesh and blood. Oh! If you want to hear me beg for mercy, then come closer. I don't want to beg for mercy in front of so many people. Although his body was restrained, Yi Baiming still had a satisfied expression on his face, as if he was just looking at the scenery in the sky. Death was at hand, and he was still afraid of losing face. Feng Tian snorted. He was not afraid that Yi Baiming could do anything. Pressing the end of the magic scepter against Yi Baiming's chest, Feng Tian moved closer. Yi Baiming's voice lingered in his ears. Let me tell you a secret. This king was able to crack your profound magic when I was 11 years old. Feng Tian was shocked, and the magic scepter in his hand pierced Yi Baiming's chest. He did not believe that it was impossible for someone to break through the spacetime seal. There was a distortion in the air, and the magic chains on Yi Baiming's body all shattered with a bang. He was not afraid of Feng Tian's magic scepter and took a step forward. A beast-like light flashed in his eyes as he walked forward step by step. Feng Tian seemed to have seen the most unbelievable thing. At that moment, Yi Baiming was like a terrifying magical beast, completely unafraid of pain. It was as if he was already a sky magician. However, Feng Tian realized that his feet suddenly could not move. This feeling was as if someone had cast a spacetime seal on him instead. Impossible, this was absolutely impossible. For the first time, fear surged in Feng Tian's heart. However, from the eyes of the spectators in the spectator seats, they did not notice anything strange about Feng Tian at all. Yi Baiming smiled cruelly. Fresh blood dripped from his chest. It was just a spell that could break through the spacetime seal. What was there to be proud of? This king had already learned it when he was 7 years old. Bang! A punch landed on the bridge of Feng Tian's nose. Feng Tian only felt intense pain. His face looked as if it had opened a soy sauce shop, and blood and snot gushed out. Yi Baiming did not use his battle energy. He actually punched Feng Tian again and again. This punch is to teach you a lesson for looking down on a little wild cat. This punch is to teach you a lesson for offending this king. This punch after punch, Yi Baiming only stopped when Feng Tian could not take it anymore and begged for mercy. At that time, Feng Tian had already been beaten until he did not look human anymore. Yi Baiming kicked Feng Tian down from the sky and landed face first on the ground. Yi Baiming's chest was bleeding non-stop, but he did not fall down. The competition ended just like that. Except for Feng Tian, no one knew what these two geniuses said to each other. Bring Feng Tian back immediately. Elder Hellion turned pale with fright. Yi Baiming's punch was astonishing, and his strength was even more powerful than Elder Gui Yu's. Master! Silong rushed forward, and Long Shui wanted to go forward to help Yi Baiming. Go to the Hidden Night Pavilion. Yi Baiming's face was a little pale, and he ignored the concerned Elder Yu and the others. In front of a group of mainland magic elite camp students with complicated expressions, Yi Baiming left with Silong. Elder Hellion immediately asked Gu Feng to give Feng Tian emergency treatment. After the examination, even Elder Hellion, who was used to seeing storms and waves, could not help but complain. Yi Baiming was really ruthless. Chapter 656. Yi Baiming's punches didn't seem like much, but they were all aimed at the vital parts. Although the injuries didn't seem serious, they were actually the most difficult to treat. Gu Feng's light magic and Elder Hulian's magic potions took an entire day and night to treat Feng Tian. According to Gu Feng, Feng Tian's life was no longer in danger, but, after waking up, Feng Tian didn't say a word and just sat there. It was the same for a few days, which made Elder Hulian's hair stand on end. He was the one who brought Feng Tian out for training. If something really happened to Feng Tian and a good seedling was destroyed, he didn't know how to explain it when he returned. He was deeply afraid that this rare genius of the continent's magic elite camp would be beaten silly. If that happened, everything would be ruined. Feng Tian, a failure is nothing. Only by intervening and facing failure directly can one become a true powerhouse. Elder Hellion advised earnestly and nagged Feng Tian every day. However, Feng Tian didn't listen to a single word he said. Elder, he's really fine. At most, he can't forcefully use magic for these few days. Everything else is fine. Gu Feng was also in a terrible fix. These few days, things really kept happening. Not only Feng Tian, but even Yun Sheng was missing. When he asked Dong Huang Linger, she only said that Yun Sheng met an acquaintance and had something to do at the last minute, so she couldn't come back. She looked very worried. Gu Feng was also worried. However, Dong Huang Linger refused to say where Yun Sheng had gone. Elder Hellion even asked him to face Feng Tian's weird temper every few days. Gu Feng felt vexed just thinking about it. After being urged by Elder Hellion, Gu Feng had no choice but to follow Elder Hellion to check Feng Tian again. When the two entered the room, they found that there was no one in the room. Where did Feng Tian go? Gu Feng and Elder Hellion looked at each other. Feng Tian was wandering aimlessly in Skywing City. He lost. Since he was a child, he had never lost. But this time, he had completely lost. He had lost to Yi Baiming in front of everyone. Feng Tian couldn't accept all of this. Every day when he closed his eyes, he would remember the scene of his defeat. Yi Baiming's words were like a shadow that couldn't be driven away. When he was 11 years old, he was already able to break the space-time seal. How could that be? That was his profound magic, the profound magic that he was so proud of. But in front of Yi Baiming, it was worthless. It turned out that there was such a huge gap between him and Yi Baiming. Who is this? Isn't he the #1 genius of the magic elite camp, Feng Tian? Feng Tian passed by a restaurant. A few people walked out from inside. Leading the group was Chen Lianer and a few female magicians. Feng Tian ignored him and walked over. Feng Tian, stop right there. Chen Lianer was in a bad mood. For that stone, she had been dealing with Tian Yidong for a long time. That lecherous pervert had been using all sorts of excuses to invite her out recently. Whenever they met, he would try to get his hands on her. Chen Lianer could only be perfunctory for the sake of his power. Today, it was the same again. Tian Yidong asked her out for a meal and took advantage of the alcohol to grope her. Chen Lianer only left after getting him drunk. Coincidentally, she met Feng Tian at this time. Chen Lianer and Feng Tian. Speaking of which, Chen Lianer's seniority was 3 years earlier than Feng Tian's. According to normal seniority, Feng Tian had to respectfully address Chen Lianer as senior sister. However, because Feng Tian's strength was outstanding, he had never looked at the senior sisters and senior brothers of the continent's elite camp. Previously, he was strong, so everyone tolerated it. But recently, he had been defeated by Yi Baiming. The students of the continent's magic elite camp began to talk behind his back. Moreover, Feng Tian had recklessly injured Yi Baiming. Chen Lianer had long wanted to teach him a lesson. Now that she had the opportunity, she naturally wouldn't miss it. As long as she suppressed Feng Tian, she would be the #1 person in the continent's magic elite camp in the future. She winked at the female magicians on both sides. The 2 female magicians understood and blocked Feng Tian's path. Everyone in the magic elite camp knew that Feng Tian had been seriously injured and couldn't use magic power for a short period of time. Feng Tian. How dare you ignore senior apprentice Sister Qin when she calls you? We've wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. You're just a newcomer. What are you so arrogant for? The 2 female magicians, one on the left and one on the right, provoked Feng Tian verbally. Feng Tian was still expressionless, as if he couldn't see or hear at all. Seeing that Feng Tian was indifferent, one of the 2 grabbed Feng Tian's magic scepter and handed it to Chen Lianer. You're just a piece of trash. Why do you need a magic scepter? Chen Lianer looked at the 4 soul stones on Feng Tian's magic scepter and mocked. Take it back. Feng Tian lowered his head, and his voice was terrifyingly low. Come and take it if you have the ability. Chen Lianer was full of confidence with the bracelet in her hand. Moreover, Feng Tian couldn't use magic power at all. Chen Lianer mocked and released a wind sickle. The wind sickle scraped across Feng Tian's cheek, and a scar immediately appeared on his face. Feng Tian's head was still lowered. He clenched his fists, but he couldn't gather any magic power in his body. Restrain him. Chen Lianer ordered the 2 female magicians to restrain Feng Tian and forcefully drag him into an alley behind the restaurant. She played with Feng Tian's magic scepter and pressed the body of the scepter against Feng Tian's chest. Chapter 657. Lian, did you hit him too hard? He seems to be dead. The female sorcerers on both sides were a little afraid when they saw Feng Tian fall to the ground. Usually, they would ostracize the newcomers at most, but they had never killed their colleagues with their own hands. If the elders found out about this, they would probably be expelled from the mainland's elite sorcerer camp. What's there to be afraid of? Feng Tian offended many people. It's not a big deal that he was assassinated on the streets. Chen Lian did not care. Feng Tian was arrogant. When he was competing in the arena, his attacks were also extremely vicious. He had injured many opponents early on, so it was not rare for him to be killed. She carefully pulled out Feng Tian's magic scepter and wiped the blood off it. Then, she checked Feng Tian's breath and confirmed that he was dead. She then left the scene calmly with the two girls. What Chen Lianer did not know was that her earlier actions had all been seen by a certain person in a certain room of the restaurant. That person was sitting by the window and holding a wine cup in his hand. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a beautiful beard. He was neither tall nor thin, and his eyes were majestic. Sitting opposite him was Steward Chu. There's actually such a murder in Tianyi City. The middle-aged man looked at Feng Tian, who was lying on the ground. Blood was still seeping out from under Feng Tian's body. Soon, he would lose too much blood. At that time, even the divine medicine would not be able to save him. He had some appreciation for the young man. Just now, at the critical moment of life and death, the young man did not have the slightest intention of begging for mercy. That woman is from the mainland's elite sorcerer camp. It must be an internal struggle. Steward Chu frowned unhappily. She also recognized Chen Lian as the woman who had appeared in the treasure boat earlier. She just did not expect that she would act so delicate in front of the eldest young master, but she was such a ruthless person behind the scenes. If such a person really married into the City Lord's mansion, the City Lord's mansion would probably be in chaos in the future. Steward Chu was already thinking in her heart that no matter what, she could not let Chen Lian cheat that stone from the eldest young master. Fine, since we've seen it, let's go save that young man's life. The middle-aged man's figure flashed. It was unknown what kind of movement technique he used, but he had already moved from the 3rd floor to the dark alley in an instant. So this is what death feels like. When Chen Lianer stabbed the magic scepter into Feng Tian's chest, he could feel his life force slowly draining away. When he completely fell into darkness, Feng Tian felt a chill around his body. However, just as Feng Tian thought that he would lose his life on the streets today, a strong doqi entered his body. His heart, which had stopped beating, started beating again. When Feng Tian woke up, he saw two unfamiliar faces. This man and woman were obviously not ordinary people. Feng Tian could not recall when he had met such people. One of the middle-aged men had just retracted his palm from his body. Just now, the one who had sent internal energy into his body was this man. Why did you save me? Feng Tian's first sentence was not gratitude. Instead, it had a hint of resentment. He had been defeated by Yi Baiming in front of countless people. Feng Tian only felt that he had lost all his face and did not want to live in this world anymore. Otherwise, even if he had lost all his magical power, Chen Lianer would not have been able to succeed so easily. The beautiful woman at the side was displeased. What kind of tone is that? The City Lord personally saved you, and you actually dare to question him. In Skywing City, only the City Lord of Skywing City could be addressed as the City Lord. Feng Tian could not help but look sideways. You're the City Lord of Skywing City, Skywing Venerable? The City Lord of Skywing City was very famous on the continent. He and Elder Gui Yu of the continent's warriors' elite camp were known as the two great martial emperors of the continent. It was rumored that both of them were already peak martial emperors and could break through to the martial god realm at any time. However, because he did not appear on the continent all year round, there were very few people who had seen Skywing Venerable. It was also very difficult for Feng Tian to associate the middle-aged man in front of him with the famous Skywing Venerable. How dare you call the City Lord by his name without permission? The beautiful middle-aged woman who accompanied Skywing Venerable was Steward Chu of the treasure boat. The City Lord of Skywing City's whereabouts were erratic. Not long after he returned to the city, he learned that his eldest son, Skywing Tua, had gotten drunk in a restaurant. He had originally brought Steward Chu with him to denounce him. Who knew that he would encounter such a scene? It's fine. The city lord of Skywing City waved his hand. Young man, your injuries are not serious, but you have the heart to die. Tell me, why don't you want to live anymore? When the city lord of Skywing City was treating Feng Tian, he had already noticed that Feng Tian's cultivation was very astonishing at such a young age. As long as this young man persevered, he would definitely become one of the top sorcerers on the boundless continent in the future. I've lost. Feng Tian has never tasted defeat in his life. Since I've lost, I no longer have the intention to live an ignoble life. Feng Tian hung his head dejectedly. Victory and defeat are common in war. If you lose this time, you just have to win the next time. Skywing Venerable could not help but find this young man's temperament amusing. I can't win. That person is too strong, Feng Tian blurted out. If Yi Baiming was just an ordinary warrior, Feng Tian still had absolute confidence that he could defeat him in the future. However, the words that Yi Baiming said in his ear that day made Feng Tian shudder. As early as the age of 11, he could break the profound magic spacetime seal. Yi Baiming was definitely not a scammer. Not only was he a warrior, but he was also a sorcerer. Yi Baiming was actually a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. When he realized this, Feng Tian's last bit of confidence was completely shattered. Oh, maybe I can give you some pointers. You're a sorcerer. Maybe there's a place where you can obtain higher magical power, the Skywing City Lord said in Feng Tian's ear. When Feng Tian heard this, a few small wrinkles appeared between his brows. Is what the City Lord said true? Of course it's true. When you break into that place, you'll understand. After saying that, Skywing Venerable did not say anything else and disappeared into the alley with Steward Chu. Feng Tian was deep in thought. Just as Feng Tian was deep in thought, he felt the Dharma soul in his body suddenly become active. Feng Tian was puzzled. After carefully examining it, his expression suddenly became joyful. He was very familiar with this feeling. Breakthrough. He was about to break through. The bottleneck of breaking through to become a sky mage had been stuck in a stalemate for 2 years, but Feng Tian had suddenly comprehended it in this accident. It was likely that he had an epiphany after experiencing life and death and a crushing defeat this time. The timing of a breakthrough was extremely important. If he missed it, he might have to wait even longer. Feng Tian did not dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately sat down cross-legged and meditated in the secluded alley outside the bustling city. Chapter 658. 4 to 6 hours later. Elder Hellion and Gu Feng, who had been searching the city for half a day, finally found this area. Elder Hellion felt a wave of magical energy. Someone is about to break through, and this feeling. Elder Hellion stopped in his tracks when he passed by the alley. The magical energy came from the alley, and the power was no small matter. It was clearly a sign that someone was about to break through to become a sky magician. Goofing, let's go into the alley and take a look. Elder Hellion took the lead and rushed into the alley. In the alley, they saw Feng Tian in the midst of breaking through. Elder. This is. Goofing had a suspicious look on his face. Elder Hellion's mouth was wide open when he inspected the items. He then laughed heartily. The heavens are helping me. Feng Tian actually broke through. The first person to break through in the mainland's elite camp this time was actually Feng Tian. According to the agreement made by Elder Hellion and Elder Yu after they had arrived at Skywing City, the students of the two elite battalions who won this trial would obtain the right to speak in the next mission to search for the divine artifact. There were two conditions for winning. First, which camp would become the martial king, and second, which camp would have someone break through first. Feng Tian was originally the one with the most hope of breaking through among the students of the mainland's elite camp, but because of Yi Baiming, he was dispirited and was almost destroyed. Elder Hellion originally thought that he would definitely lose this time, but who knew? It was really a blessing in disguise, a blessing in disguise. Elder Hellion laughed heartily and hurriedly ordered Gufeng to wait at the side. This time, Feng Tian broke through from the evening to the morning of the second day. When the rooster crowed, a ray of light appeared above Feng Tian's head. The Dharma soul in his body shone brightly. Feng Tian had successfully broken through to become a sky magician. Feng Tian, good job. Elder Hellion had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Seeing Feng Tian break through, he was so happy that he danced with joy. He could already foresee the beautiful scene of Elder Yu humbly becoming his subordinate. Second Elder, Feng Tian intends to give up on the competition in the Earth Wings competition zone and enter the Sky Wings competition zone. After Feng Tian's breakthrough, his entire temperament was slightly different. There was less arrogance in his eyes and more steadiness. It looked like he had gained enlightenment overnight. Feng Tian's first sentence after breaking through shocked Elder Hellion. He had just broken through, and he wanted to join the Sky Wings division? Feng Tian, don't force yourself. The experts in the Sky Wings competition zone are much stronger than those in the Earthly Wings competition zone. Even Yi Baiming might not be able to gain much of an advantage in the Sky Wings competition zone, Elder Hellion advised. Feng Tian has already decided. Feng Tian recalled the place that Skywing Venerable Skywing had mentioned. Only by experiencing a life and death struggle in the Skywings competition zone would he be able to go to that place. Only by going to that place would he be able to obtain enough strength to defeat Yi Baiming. But to enter that place, just as the Venerable Skywing had said, he had to be able to fight against a Beast King level magical beast. Feng Tian still has one more request. Feng Tian doesn't want anyone to know about his breakthrough for the time being, including the other students of the continent's magic elite camp. It was just that Feng Tian refused to listen to him no matter what. In the end, Elder Hellion had no choice but to agree to Feng Tian's request. After that day, Feng Tian seemed to have become a different person, and he was completely focused on the competition in the Skywings competition zone. Chen Lian and the others were shocked to see that Feng Tian was not dead. It was just that Feng Tian did not seem to remember what had happened in the alley, nor did he look for them to settle the score. This made Chen Lian and the others breathe a sigh of relief. After staying in Yi Baiming's courtyard for a few days, Yunxing's body had basically recovered. During this time, Yunxing had also refined the Sea Octopus Queen's soul stone that she had obtained from Lu Qingqing's body. Unlike the soul stones that had just fallen off the body of a magical beast, a soul stone that had already recognized its master had a very strong magical repulsive force and could not be used lightly. Fortunately, Yunxing had the unique elven hellfire, which quickly washed away the repulsive force of the soul stone. The Sea Octopus Queen's Soul Stone, a peak rank 9 sea beast. When Yunxing touched the Soul Stone, she had already recognized its origin. She had thought that the Soul Stone had been torn apart by the hurricane. If not for the mysterious Enigma Stone on the treasure boat, Yunxing might have chosen to use this sea beast Soul Stone as the fourth Soul Stone on her magic scepter. However, with the Enigma Stone, Yunxing felt that the Enigma Stone with its mysterious power was more suitable to be embedded on the Enigma Scepter. Little Queen, I have a gift for you. Yunxing summoned the little water fairy queen. The little queen blinked her big blue eyes and wrinkled her little nose. Is it fruit wine for me? Hearing this, Yunxing coughed a few times. The little queen's alcohol tolerance was ridiculously high. She had already drunk only a few bottles of the fruit wine she had brought over from the immortal residence. Take a look. Isn't this magic scepter better than the wine? Yunxing took out the magic scepter she had just refined. It was an almost transparent magic scepter made of jade. The top of the magic scepter was refined into the shape of a star. It looked very much like a fairy wand. At the top of the magic scepter, there was an aqua blue soul stone embedded. What a beautiful magic scepter! The little queen fell in love with this magic scepter at first sight. Even with the picky eyes of the elves, it was difficult to find any flaws in this magic scepter. She hesitated, her watery eyes filled with disbelief. You're really giving it to me? Although the little water fairy queen had followed Yunxing, she still refused to believe in humans from the bottom of her heart. However, Yunxing's actions had gradually moved her. This human had taken her out of the immortal residence, given her delicious fruit wine, and such a beautiful magic scepter. The little queen loved the magic scepter so much that she couldn't bear to part with it. After holding it in her hands for a long time, she tilted her head and looked at Yunxing. Then, what do I need to do for you? Elves were very simple-minded. They would think of ways to repay what others had given them. When Yunxing was refining the magic scepter, she really didn't think of getting anything from the little queen. However, since the little queen had asked, she would be a fool if she didn't seize the opportunity. A magic scepter in exchange for 500 years of unconditional help from you and your people. As soon as Yunxing said this, the night demon queen, who had been on her magic scepter, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This was too ruthless. To let the little queen, who had top-level water magic, help her unconditionally for 500 years. Master was really the best of the profiteers. Chapter 659. The little water spirit queen was the one who would inherit the spirit throne in the future. Having the little water spirit queen was equivalent to having the power of the water spirit clan. 500 years, that seems a little long. The little queen felt that something was wrong. However, she couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. 500 years is actually very short. Think about it, you've been sleeping in the immortal Holy Grail for 500 to 1,000 years, right? Yunxing guided her patiently. Besides, I'm a human. A human's life is very short. Maybe after 100 years, you can regain your freedom ahead of time. Deal, then I'll help you unconditionally for 500 years. In order to not violate their agreement, the little water spirit queen even signed a magic contract with Yunxing. Just like that, Yunxing used a soul stone in exchange for the absolute loyalty of the little water spirit queen, who had the strongest water healing ability in the continent. Yunxing returned to the inn. Dongguang Linger, who had been anxiously waiting for a long time, couldn't help but tear up when she saw her. Just yesterday, Linger was suddenly sent back by someone, and Yunxing's whereabouts were also unknown. At that time, Linger was vague and only said that Yunxing was taken away by Yi Baiming. When Qi heard the news, he immediately went to look for Yunxing, but was stopped by Linger. She repeatedly promised that Yunxing would return in a few days. In order to prevent Yunxing from feeling awkward, Qi resisted the urge to ask Yi Baiming. Are you really okay? Dongguang Linger pulled Yunxing and checked her up and down. After making sure that her friend didn't lose an arm or a leg, she was relieved. Oh right, here's a letter for you. Dongguang Linger handed a letter to Yunxing. Yunxing opened the letter and saw that it was written a few days ago. It was a letter written by Zhou Qingchuan himself. The letter clearly stated that he would personally go to Skywing City. The letter also mentioned that Zhou Qingchuan had inherited the position of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's president last year. Yunsheng was a little embarrassed that the president of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce would take time out of his busy schedule to come here. Big Brother Zhou is coming. After Yunsheng and Chu Yu established a cooperative relationship, they thought of using the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce to solve Skywing City's medicinal herb transportation and some of their financial problems. Although Yunsheng had won the competition this time, it could be said that she had narrowly escaped death. If Yi Baiming had not forced the Hidden Night Pavilion to take action, she would probably have died from exhaustion of her magic. This also made Yunsheng realize that she was severely lacking in strength. In the past, Yunsheng's life had always been smooth sailing because she had the help of the summoning hand and a bunch of magical beasts. Even when she met a strong opponent like the Elven Queen, she had never been at a disadvantage. However, after losing the beast speech ring, Yunsheng strongly realized that she was not powerful enough. Therefore, she decided to get an advance payment from Zhou Qingchuan to buy the special Enigma stone. A few days later, an unfamiliar empty ship was sailing in the sky, riding the wind and breaking the waves. The sharp, blade-like bow of the ship cut through the clouds in the sky. On the empty ship, the flag of a chamber of commerce was fluttering in the wind. The two words, everlasting, were very eye-catching. On the deck of the empty ship, the wind was very strong. Zhou Qingchuan, the youngest president of a chamber of commerce on the continent, faced the wind and looked into the distance. Inside the cabin, several stewards of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce were looking at President Zhou with reverence. Zhou Qingchuan had risen to prominence 4 years ago. He was originally an orphan of a branch of the Chamber of Commerce. But in a single night, he had arrested the uncle who had falsified the accounts and eliminated several other forces in the Chamber of Commerce with lightning speed. Last year, the previous president, the Zhou family's patriarch, had personally handed over the position of president to President Zhou. After that, he had passed away. Today, President Zhou's words were everything in the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. After President Zhou took office, he wantonly expanded the scope of business. Under his leadership, the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce had become even more powerful than before. This made the stewards, who were originally unconvinced by him, no longer dare to say anything. But when he expanded the business to Skywing City, all the stewards were shocked. The reason why President Zhou made this decision was because of a letter he had received half a month ago. At this moment, the letter was in President Zhou's hands. It had been nearly 4 years since he had seen Yunsheng. Zhou Qingchuan's gaze retracted from the boundless sea of clouds and fell on the letter. Yunsheng's handwriting was very clear on the letter. In his mind, the scene of the last time the two of them had met appeared. I wonder what Yunsheng looks like after not seeing her for 4 years. Zhou Qingchuan's mouth revealed a long-lost smile. Ever since he had returned to the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, he had not smiled for a long time. When the stewards in the cabin saw this scene, they all clicked their tongues in wonder. Reporting to the president, Skywing City is just ahead. Good. Zhou Qingchuan put away the letter. His heart could not help but beat faster. Soon, he would be able to see the person that he had been yearning for day and night. In the inn, Yunsheng put down the letter and hurriedly said goodbye to Dong Huangling. She then went to the city gate to welcome Zhou Qingchuan. Counting the days, the letter said that Big Brother Zhou would arrive in Skywing City this afternoon. The news of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's airship arriving in the sky above Skywing City immediately reached Steward Chu's ears. Steward Chu. Skywing City and Skywing City have never interacted before. Do we need to inform the City Lord's mansion about the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's arrival? No need. The City Lord has just returned, so not many people know about it. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce is the continent's #1 Chamber of Commerce. We must not neglect them since they have come to Skywing City. Steward Chu brought along a few capable assistants and walked toward Skywing City's gate. As the airship landed, Zhou Qingchuan's footsteps could be heard. Just as he landed, he heard a pleasant greeting. "Big brother Zhou, why have you come personally?" Yunxing quickly found Zhou Qingchuan in the crowd. After not seeing him for 4 years, Zhou Qingchuan looked the same as before. He had a warm smile on his face, making people easily have a good impression of him. Zhou Qingchuan's current status was completely different from when Yunxing had first met him. He was no longer the descendant of a branch family who was bullied in the family. In just 4 years, he had already taken control of more than half of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's businesses. He had already grown into the #1 figure in the family, second only to the patriarch. Yunxing did not know that a large part of the reason for Zhou Qingchuan's change was because of Yunxing. He had fallen in love with Yunxing at first sight. However, he knew in his heart that as a merchant, he was not worthy of Yunxing. Therefore, in the past 4 years, he had grown rapidly. Now, Zhou Qingchuan's eyes and actions carried the boldness of a tycoon. In the 3 years that Yunxing had been missing, Zhou Qingchuan had not been able to eat or sleep in peace. This was the first time he had received a letter from Yunxing after nearly 4 years. Therefore, when he received the letter, he was wild with joy. Regardless of the many matters at hand, he personally escorted this batch of medicinal herbs to Skywing City. When he heard Yunxing's voice, Zhou Qingchuan hurriedly turned his head. Chapter 660. Under the sunlight, a white-clothed girl was smiling at him. Tall and charming figure, jet black hair, mischievous eyes, and 2 small dimples when she smiled. The girl was Yunxing, not Yunxing. When the sunlight met her, it seemed to dim a lot. After not seeing each other for 4 years, Zhou Qingchuan had dreamed of Yunxing countless times in his sleep. However, he had never dreamed of such a realistic person before. Yunxing was more charming than he had imagined. A look and a smile could captivate people's souls. Zhou Qingchuan was even reluctant to blink. He was afraid that if he blinked, Yunxing would disappear. "Big brother Zhou, why are you dumbfounded?" Only when a faint fragrance came over did Zhou Qingchuan come back to his senses. He coughed a few times. "I've let you see a joke. I haven't seen you for so long that I couldn't recognize you for a while." Yunxing didn't notice his gaffe. She went to check the medicinal herbs and elixirs that Zhou Qingchuan had brought this time. As expected of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, the scale of the empty ship was 10 times larger than Elder Hulian's. The elixirs that Zhou Qingchuan had brought this time were all from the little Xiantong. After checking, Yunxing confirmed that the elixirs on this ship could at least offset the consumption of the Sky Wings Arena for more than a month. This time, she must catch the Hidden Night Pavilion unprepared. Yunxing had already inquired. The competition between her and Lu Qingqing had caused the Hidden Night Pavilion to suffer heavy losses. Yellow Knight Emissary himself had also disappeared. Right now, the Yellow Wings Arena was like a no-man's land. It was the best time for Yunxing to infiltrate. After checking, Yunxing walked out of the empty ship. She saw that there were a few more people where Zhou Qingchuan was standing. The leader was Steward Chu. "Is this President Zhou of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce?" Steward Chu came with a group of assistants. When he saw the unprecedented scale of the empty ship loaded with a large amount of goods and medicinal herbs, his eyes couldn't help but light up. As the most capable assistant of the Skywing City Lord, Steward Chu had been vexed over how to control the transportation of goods in Skywing City for many years. Although Skywing City was wealthy, there weren't many empty ships for the transportation of goods. If they could establish a cooperative relationship with the continent's #1 Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, the prices of goods and the lives of the people in Skywing City would be greatly improved. "Big brother Zhou, Steward Chu. Yunsheng walked forward. Seeing that Yunsheng and Zhou Qingchuan were very familiar with each other, Steward Chu was shocked. She had long guessed that Yunsheng's background was not simple. Ever since Lu Qingqing was defeated by Flame Emperor Dai, Steward Chu thought that Yunsheng must be from a magic family. But today, it seemed that she also had a close relationship with the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. She was just a little girl in her teens. How could she be so capable? Manager Chu was shocked, but he didn't dare to underestimate Yunsheng. Zhou Qingchuan was indeed a businessman. He chatted with Steward Chu for a while and also discussed Yunsheng's intention to sell medicine in the city. I have long heard about the Hidden Night Pavilion raising the price of elixirs and controlling the contestants in the arena. Miss Yun can first experiment in the Yellow Wings competition zone. If the situation is good, I will report to the city lord and allow little Xiantong to practice medicine and sell medicine in Skywing City. Steward Chu was very astute. Although the Hidden Night Pavilion was temporarily at a disadvantage, they had been running amok in Skywing City for many years. A strong dragon couldn't fight a local snake. However, she couldn't directly refuse Yunsheng. Firstly, Yunsheng was related to whether her daughter, Chu Yu, could become the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone in the future. Secondly, the Hidden Night Pavilion was powerful and difficult to shake. Yunsheng and Zhou Qingchuan could clearly see Steward Chu's intention to watch the tigers fight from a distance. However, both of them were smart people. No one was willing to say it out loud. After Steward Chu confirmed Zhou Qingchuan's purpose in coming, he let the empty ship enter the city. Yunsheng hosted a banquet to entertain Zhou Qingchuan. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Yunsheng said somewhat embarrassedly, "Big brother Zhou, I am in a bit of a hurry. Can you lend me 5 million gold coins first? You can just go to Little Xiantong to withdraw the money." Yunsheng wanted to use the 5 million gold coins to buy that enigmatic stone. Thinking about it, this was the second time she and Zhou Qingchuan met. It seemed that every time they met, she was aiming for the other party's money. After leaving the treasure boat last time, Yunsheng promised that she would raise 5 million gold coins within a year. However, in order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Yunsheng decided to buy the stone first. Zhou Qingchuan saw Yunsheng's awkward expression and smiled. Zhou Qingchuan was generous. Without asking, he gave Yunsheng a piece of everlasting purple gold. "Yunsheng, after parting this time, I don't know when we will meet again. If it's possible, next time, I hope." Zhou Qingchuan was very eloquent. Usually in the business world, he would speak human language when he saw ghosts. However, when facing Yunsheng, especially when the other party stared at him with those dark eyes, Zhou Qingchuan felt that he was stuttering. "What do you hope?" Yunsheng asked. "I hope that you can give me a chance. Don't treat me as a big brother, but as a man." Zhou Qingchuan finally spoke clearly. However, Yunsheng's mind was thinking about the stone on the treasure boat. Seeing that the other party didn't understand his words, Zhou Qingchuan couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps, in this life, he could only be Yunsheng's big brother. "Yunsheng, it's getting late. Big brother Zhou will go and settle his subordinates first. We will talk about it in detail tomorrow." Seeing that Yunsheng's face was full of worries, Zhou Qingchuan could only take his leave. Yunsheng didn't think too much about it. She took the everlasting gold card that she had just received and excitedly went to the treasure boat. Who knew that when Yunsheng arrived at the treasure boat and asked around, she actually found out that the stone had been bought by someone else. "Miss Yun, this is all my fault. That stone should have been taken off the shelf, but due to the negligence of the staff, it was taken by another customer." Steward Chu looked embarrassed. She gave him a brief account of what had happened. When Yunxing heard this, she knew that this matter couldn't be blamed on the treasure boat. Skywing Tuo was the eldest son of the Skywing City Lord. After all, Steward Chu was only a servant of the City Lord's residence. Since the stone had been taken away by force, she had no other choice. It's just that I don't know if the eldest son gave the stone to that lady after the incident. If he did, you can only look for that lady. Steward Chu's face was full of regret. Can you tell me the name of that lady? That stone is very important to me. The thing that Yunxing was most worried about had indeed happened. She suspected that the other party wasn't an ordinary person. It was very likely that the other party had also discovered the uniqueness of that stone. I found it. The lady who visited that day is called Qinlian. Steward Chu checked the records and found Qinlian. Yunxing frowned. It was actually her. Could it be? Yunxing remembered that the magical wave on Qinlian's body was very similar to the magical wave on the stone that she had seen earlier. Chapter 661. Miss Yun, are you going to find that lady? Manager Chu saw that Yunxing's face was still cloudy. Yunxing smiled bitterly. If it were someone else, she might have a way, but the stone was in Chen Lianer's hands. Chen Lianer hated Yunxing the most. Yunxing was a little unhappy that she didn't buy the stone. At this time, Chiyu walked in. When she saw Yunxing's ugly expression, she asked about what had happened. Skywing expansion. Him again. When Chuyu heard this name, a layer of sullen anger appeared on her face. It was my carelessness. If I had known, I would have left a deposit. Yunxing just didn't expect that there would be people fighting over such an unremarkable stone. If an ordinary person heard that a stone was worth 5 million gold coins, they would probably explode on the spot. No, since my mother promised you, she will definitely do it. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Chu Yu was very loyal. I know where Skywing Expansion is. Wait here, I'll go find Skywing Expansion and get the stone back. Chu Yu didn't say anything else and turned to walk out. Yunxing couldn't even stop her. Sigh, this child still has that temper. Manager Chu looked worried. Miss Yun, I have important matters to attend to right now and can't chase after you, Go stop her. Once elder sister Yu goes over, she'll be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Manager Chu had an anxious look on his face. When Yunxing asked, she found out that Skywing Expansion was the eldest son of the Skywing City Lord. This person was about 30 years old and was a famous playboy. When they were in the City Lord's residence, he had always tried to take advantage of Chu Yu. In order to avoid Skywing Expansion, Chu Yu left the City Lord's residence and took the initiative to ask to join the Skywing Arena as a referee. I'll go stop her. Yunxing immediately went out. Yunxing's footsteps were fast, but Chu Yu's footsteps were even faster. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Yunxing's face was filled with anxiety. She could only ask the staff on the treasure boat. However, no one knew where Chu Yu had gone to look for her. After Chu Yu left the treasure boat, she went to several restaurants and tea houses in the city and asked door to door. Skywing Tower, that silk pants, only knew how to fool around in these few places all day long. Chu Yu asked around and indeed found out that Skywing Tower had opened a small private room in one of the restaurants. Right now, he was waiting for someone. Heaven's Wing Tower, hand over that stone. Chu Yu kicked open the door. Heavenly Wing Tuo had an appointment with Chen Lianer today and was waiting for the little beauty to come. Being disturbed like this, he was about to get angry, but when he saw that it was Chu Yu, he chuckled and stared straight at Chu Yu. I was wondering who it was. You've made this young master suffer. Skywing Tower was 10 years older than Chuyu. Chuyu had been a servant of the Skywing City Lord's residence since she was young, and Skywing Tower had beaten and scolded her in the past. However, when Chuyu reached the age of 13 or 14, her appearance became even more attractive. Skywing Tower had always wanted to take her as a concubine, but Steward Chu had always stopped him, so Skywing Tower had never succeeded. Steward Chu had been forced into a corner and could only send Chuyu to the Skywing Arena. Since then, Chuyu had avoided Skywing Tower as much as possible. After all, in terms of skill, Chuyu was still no match for Skywing Tower. Heavenly Wing Tua, show some respect. The City Lord has just returned. Do you want me to tell him everything you've done these past few days? Chuyu glared at him. Upon hearing the name of the Skywing City Lord, Skywing Tower indeed restrained himself a little. Skywing Tower had run amok in Skywing City, and the only person he avoided was the Skywing City Lord. If his father were to know of his hedonistic behavior, he would lose a layer of skin no matter what. Chuyu, what are you pretending for? You're just relying on the fact that your mother and my father have an affair. Do you really think that the Skywing City Lord's residence is the world of you mother and daughter? Skywing Tower looked at such a delicious piece of fat meat in front of him, but he couldn't eat it. It was as if a cat was scratching his heart, making him very uncomfortable. I can't be bothered to reason with you. Hand over that stone, and I can consider not telling anyone about the things you've done. Chuyu snorted. She felt disgusted at the sight of Skywing Tower. What stone? Oh, you're talking about that 5 million stone. Let me tell you, that stone is used by this young master to fish for women. If you want it, it's not impossible. Just come to the villa obediently and find me. Skywing Tower had a salivating smile on his face as he sized up Chuyu. In order to play with women and not let his tigress know, Skywing Tower had secretly built a villa in the city. Every time there was a new product, he would bring it to the villa. Fong Bainian, Chuyu, and Chen Lian were completely different types. Chen Lian was a typical well-bred young lady. She looked delicate and made people want to love her tenderly. Chuyu, on the other hand, was like a thorny rose in full bloom, making people want to get close to her. Of the women Skywing Tower had played with for so many years, only these two were the most outstanding. He even had crooked thoughts of taking these two beauties into his pocket. When the time came, he could play with them left and right. Just thinking about it would be a wonderful thing. Skywing Tower's words angered Chuyu so much that her face turned red. Her angry appearance, in Tiannydong's eyes, was even more incomparably moving. This hedonistic young master was unable to restrain himself for a moment and moved his stinky mouth to kiss her. Get lost. Chuyu slapped him across the face, making Skywing Tower dizzy. You damned woman, you dare hit this young master. Catch her for me. I'll deal with her here today. Skywing Tower was enraged and wanted to grab Chuyu. Just then, the door was knocked open. Steward Chu brought several capable subordinates of the Skywing City Lord and barged in. It turned out that after Yun Xing couldn't find Chuyu, she hurriedly returned to the treasure boat. Steward Chu was worried that something would happen and immediately went to the City Lord's residence to find reinforcements. She reproached Skywing Tower's personal servant and found out that Skywing Tower was here today. As soon as she arrived, she heard Skywing Tower's angry curses. Steward Chu grabbed her daughter and coldly looked at Skywing Tower. Eldest young master, are you trying to force us mother and daughter to death? Steward Chu, you old. Skywing Tower's face was ugly. He wasn't a fool. Steward Chu was his father's confidant. Even if he had more guts, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Steward Chu. The two sides were in a deadlock. Suddenly, a delicate voice probed from the side. Eldest young master, what's wrong with you? Chen Lian walked in. Seeing Skywing Tower's appearance, she hurried forward and comforted him in a soft voice. Steward Chu saw this and slightly frowned. He took the opportunity to pull Chu Yu away. Skywing Tower was in a fit of anger. Chen Lian observed his expression and secretly sneered in her heart. Just now, she had already been in the corridor. When she saw Chu Yu angrily charge in, she didn't rush in. Instead, she went to the side room next door to sit and watch the show. Chapter 662. Chen Lianer had been in the hallway for a long time. When she saw Chu Yu angrily charge in, she didn't rush in. Instead, she went to the adjacent room to watch the show. Hearing that the other party had also come for the stone, Chen Lianer couldn't help but be on guard. After comforting Skywing Tower with a few words, his mood was clearly much better. Eldest young master, who was that mother and daughter just now? How dare they behave so atrociously in front of you? Chen Lianer asked. They're just a pair of servants from the Skywing City Lord's residence. That damned mother and daughter of the Chu family. Skywing Tower rubbed his chin. That slap from Chu Yu just now was truly ruthless. Since they're servants, how dare they be so arrogant? I see that eldest young master likes that woman very much. Why not just let the city lord bestow a marriage? That old woman, Steward Chu, would never agree. She and my father have a close relationship. My father listens to her very much. Skywing Tower also wanted to do that. He had long since lost interest in that tigress of his family. He hadn't slept with her for many years. If he could marry Chu Yu, he would be overjoyed. Unfortunately, with Steward Chu here, the Skywing City Lord would never agree. Eldest young master, why are you so slow? Normally, she wouldn't agree, but if you and that girl have already cooked rice, Steward Chu would have no choice but to agree. You're saying? Impossible. Chu Yu is very clever. If it weren't for that stone today, she wouldn't even be willing to come near me. The eldest young master rubbed his cheek. Then why don't I help eldest young master? Lian, you. When Heavenly Wing Tuo heard this, he immediately forgot about the slap just now. I'm willing to help eldest young master facilitate this beautiful matter. Eldest young master only needs to give that stone to Lianer after it's done. Chen Lianer had a vicious plan in her mind. She couldn't be bothered to deal with Skywing Tower. If she could use Chu Yu to divert his attention, then she could get that stone. Wouldn't that be even better? Lianer, if you really succeed in this matter, this young master will definitely give you the stone. Heavenly Wing Tower had a lewd smile on his face. First take Chu Yu, then Chen Lianer. These two beauties, he would take them both. The next day, Chen Lianer came to the Skywing Arena's Yellow Wings area. Chu Yu walked down from the arena. Lady Chu, Chen Lianer walked over with a smile. You are. Chu Yu didn't recognize Chen Lian. I am Chen Lian, a contestant from the Earth Wings competition zone. Chen Lian looked at the situation in the Yellow Wings competition zone. At first glance, she was quite surprised. When she had first arrived at the Heaven's Wings arena, someone had said that the Yellow Wings division was the least valued of the 4 divisions, but today, she found that the Yellow Wings division was very lively. The number of spectators was no less than that of the Earth Wings competition zone. The contestants from the 2 divisions can't overlap. If you want to participate in the Yellow Wings division's competition, you'll have to go to the Earth Wings division to cancel your contestant qualifications, Chu Yu said in a businesslike tone. I didn't come because of the competition. I heard that Miss Chu wants the stone in eldest young master's hand. Chen Lian smiled. Do you know the whereabouts of that stone? Chu Yu was still fretting over how to get that stone back. Her mother had already warned her not to provoke Heaven's Wings, but she still wanted that stone back. I know where Heaven's Wings hid the stone, but it's not convenient to talk here. Tonight, come find me at Sunspring Restaurant in the city, and I'll discuss it with you in detail, Chen Lian said very sincerely. Chu Yu glanced at Chen Lian still weighing the reliability of her words. Chu Yu thought about that stone again. Okay, we'll meet again tonight. When Chen Lian left, Yunxing happened to walk over with Zhou Qingchuan. Chen Lian saw Yunxing and walked over disdainfully. When she saw Chen Lian Yunxing frowned and called Chu Yu to the side. Sister Chu Yu, be careful of Chen Lian That person isn't anything good. Oh. It looks like you two have some history. Chu Yu saw that when the two brushed past each other, sparks flew in each other's eyes. It's not really a history. Shi Shou states former Crown Prince Consort and ex Crown Prince Consort, Yunxing said vaguely, roughly recounting the grudges between Yi Baiming and Chen Lian as well as the past few years. Even though she played it down, the sharp Chu Yu still smelled some jealousy in it. So you two are jealous of Lord Baiming? Chu Yu took the opportunity to tease Yunxing. Yunxing scolded and pretended to be angry. Who has time to care about his business? He's just a promiscuous fox who flirts everywhere. One Chen Lian one Long Shui, each of them extremely charming, and there were also those women in the elite camp who adored him. Yunxing's heart was filled with anger when she heard this. It was rare for Chu Yu to see Yunxing's feminine side, and she was secretly amused. Chu Yu glanced at Zhou Qingchuan, who was waiting not far away, and thought to herself, Yunxing probably hasn't realized that her own charm is completely different from Lord Baiming's. Chu Yu always felt that although Yunxing was young, she was terrifyingly mature and shrewd. She wondered what kind of parents and family could raise such a child. She had seen Lord Baiming before, and he was destined to be an extraordinary man. When Yunxing was unconscious, Chu Yu even personally went to watch the competition between Lord Baiming and Feng Tian. That competition was soul-stirring. Feng Tian was completely defeated. Although Lord Baiming, who defeated Feng Tian, was seriously injured, at that moment, it was as if he was the god of war. Such an unyielding man would only reveal different feelings towards Yunxing. But then again, Lord Baiming was outstanding, and Yunxing was also one of the best women. Perhaps only such a man and woman could be paired together. I know. That woman has been very close to Skywing Tower recently. Don't worry, I'll pretend to be close to her. If she dares to plot against me, I won't let her off easily. Did you come here today to find me for something? Chu Yu was thinking of a way to teach Chen Lian a lesson. What kind of person was Chu Yu? How could Chen Lian plot against her, since she had made it to where she was in the Skywing arena? Let's talk over there. I want to introduce someone to you. Yunxing knew that Chu Yu was quick-witted and wouldn't easily fall for Chen Lian's tricks. Chu Yu had already noticed the young man that Yunxing had brought with her. The man was in his 20s, a few years older than Chu Yu. This person didn't have any obvious fighting aura or magic power around him, so he definitely wasn't someone from the arena. But his appearance gave him an imposing aura, especially his eyes, which revealed the shrewdness of a merchant. Chu Yu didn't know what Yunxing was selling. Chapter 663. After Flame Emperor won the monthly double competition, he would be able to participate in the monthly competition at the end of the year. Chu Yu suggested that Yunxing and Dong Huangling should try their best to compete in the individual competition. After all, it would be easier to obtain the title of Fighting King through the individual competition. Therefore, During this period of time, Yunxing and the others only came to participate in the individual competition. When they came to participate in the competition, Yunxing noticed that the number of spectators in competition zone 9 had increased by a lot. However, because of the venue, a lot of people were unable to enter the competition zone. Big Sister Yu, this is Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's President Zhou. Big Brother Zhou, this is Big Sister Chu Yu that I told you about before. She has always been taking care of me. Yunxing brought Zhou Qingchuan over to introduce Zhou Qingchuan to Chu Yu. Due to the lack of funds, Chu Yu's plan to expand the competition zone was much slower than expected. Currently, the reconstruction of the first, second and third competition zones would take several months. Thus, the 9th competition zone was the best time to expand. When Yunxing saw Zhou Qingchuan, she immediately thought that Zhou Qingchuan was the best investor. Both Chu Yu and Zhou Qingchuan were smart people. With one of them introducing Yunxing, the two of them had a very pleasant conversation. Soon, Zhou Qingchuan agreed to invest a portion of the funds for the expansion of the 9th competition zone. With the support of Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Qingchuan was certain that the expansion of the 9th competition zone would be completed in 10 days. Yunxing's help this time helped Chu Yu solve a big problem. Chu Yu secretly decided that she must help Yunxing get that stone back. After sending off Zhou Qingchuan and Yunxing, Chu Yu called out to Yunxing. Big Sister Yu, what do you need that medicine for? Yunxing had a curious expression on her face. Just give it to me. I have my own uses for it. Chu Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Yunxing quickly found the medicine and gave it to Chu Yu. At night, Chu Yu arrived at the restaurant early as per her promise with Chen Lian. She wasn't in a hurry to keep the appointment. Instead, she first found a waiter in a restaurant and used 2 gold coins to inquire about some information. This afternoon, Skywing Expansion had arrived at the restaurant and booked 2 rooms. The room that Chen Lianer had arranged with Chu Yu was prepared by Skywing Expansion. Chu Yu was unhurried as she walked to another nearby room. There was still half an hour before her appointment with Chen Lianer. Chen Lianer came early. The moment she entered the room, she called for the waiter and took out 2 packets of medicine. Later, put this packet of medicine into the cup of the girl in front of me. There was another bag of medicine here, which was put into the wine and food of the young master next door. Once the matter is settled, these 100 gold coins are yours. That shop assistant nodded and bowed as he retreated. Chu Yu heard everything clearly from the side and sneered. Half an hour later, Chu Yui arrived. Joy flashed across Chen Lianer's face. Lady Chu. Chen Lian hurriedly stood up and invited Chu Yu to sit. Chu Yu exchanged a few pleasantries with her and quickly brought the topic to the stone. Chen Lianer asked innocently, "May I know why Lady Chu wants that stone?" "I have a friend who likes to collect all kinds of strange stones." When Chu Yu said this, there was a knock on the door. The waiter came in with wine and food. Chen Lianer snuck a glance and happened to see Skywing Expansion's clothes slip into the private room next door. Chen Lianer understood tacitly. She casually chatted a few more times, but couldn't find out who the friend Chu Yu mentioned was. Skywing Expansion had been waiting next door for a long time. Chen Lianer understood that if she wanted to keep her innocence and obtain that stone, she had to do as Skywing Expansion wished. She snuck a glance at Chu Yu and thought to herself, "You're a member of the Skywing City Lord's residence anyway. You should thank me for helping you become the young mistress." Skywing Expansion had pursued Chen Lianer for so long, but she had always been playing hard to get. Counting the hour, Skywing Expansion should have already drunk the extra wine and food she had prepared for him. Chen Lianer and Skywing Expansion had been together for a long time. That playboy good temper of his had been completely worn away. He had already made a promise. Today, either Chen Lianer complied with him, or Chu Yu served him. Otherwise, Chen Lianer could forget about obtaining that stone for the rest of her life. Thinking that she would be able to obtain that stone soon, Chen Lianer couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. Lady Chu, you and I hit it off at first sight. Lianer salutes you. Chen Lianer raised her wine cup. Chu Yu didn't suspect anything and drank the wine in one gulp. Seeing Chu Yu drink the wine cup, Chen Lianer was very happy. She couldn't wait for the aphrodisiac in Chu Yu's wine to take effect. When the time came, she would send Chu Yu to the room next door and everything would be done. Just as Chen Lianer was feeling proud, she suddenly felt dizzy and her body gradually heated up. The figure of Chu Yu sitting in front of her also gradually became blurry. Chu Yu stood up and helped Chen Lianer up. She handed her over to the waiter waiting outside and sent her into the room next door. Skywing Expansion had indeed been poisoned. When he saw the seductive Chen Lianer, he already couldn't tell who it was and hugged Chen Lianer. Skywing Expansion who had been poisoned, even if a sow was given to him, he would still do it without hesitation. In the room, the ambiguous sounds of a man and a woman were quickly heard. Chu Yu waited outside for a moment and sneered. She turned around and found a waiter. Go to the city lord's mansion and send a letter to the eldest young mistress. Just say that the eldest young master and a prostitute are doing improper things here. When the waiter heard this, he had a bitter expression. Miss Chu, aren't you making things difficult for me? If the eldest young master finds out about this, I'm afraid that my job will be gone. Don't worry and go report. Here is a warrant to leave the city and 5,000 gold coins. Take this money and go to the everlasting Chamber of Commerce's airship. Once you leave Skywing City, you can live happily anywhere in the boundless continent. A cold glint flashed in Chu Yu's eyes. Chu Yu wasn't a kind person. When Chu Yu first saw Chen Lianer, she felt that this woman was definitely not someone who knew her place. In addition, with Yun Sheng's reminder, Chu Yu had long been on guard against Chen Lianer. Thus, she secretly monitored Chen Lianer's movements. Sure enough, as she expected, Chen Lianer had done something behind her back. Chu Yu beat her at her own game. Chu Yu believed that the word death was too simple to deal with a woman like Chen Lianer. As a member of the Skywing Arena, Chu Yu had plenty of means to make Chen Lianer suffer a fate worse than death. The waiter of the restaurant quickly sent the news to the city lord's mansion. What? You're saying that the eldest young master and a prostitute are fooling around in a restaurant? Inside the city lord's mansion, the eldest young mistress, who had a bloody mouth and a body like a water bucket, flew into a rage when she heard this news. She smashed all the teacups and vases that she could reach. Fortunately, her personal maid reminded her to first go to the restaurant and capture that adulterous pair. Only then did the eldest young mistress wake up from her dream. She immediately ordered people to prepare vines and iron chains, and then led a group of servants and guards out of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 664. Chen Lianer was asking for trouble. How could she have known that the pitiful look she usually used to soften men was an eyesore in the eldest young mistress' eyes? When the eldest young master was in the city lord's residence, he used the excuse of getting drunk to criticize the eldest young mistress for being unromantic and lacking the charm of a woman. With Chen Lianer's plea, the eldest young mistress was even more convinced that Chen Lianer had used this look to seduce the eldest young master. The eldest young mistress was so angry that she didn't allow Chen Lianer to speak. She ordered people to chain Chen Lianer up and stuff her mouth with smelly socks. She lifted Chen Lianer up like a little chick and dragged her out, not caring that Chen Lianer was naked. The eldest young mistress yelled as she dragged Chen Lianer, "Everyone, come and take a look. See how this little slut seduced my master." She even called herself a member of the continent's magic elite camp. What a cheap face and cheap mouth. When Yunsheng and the others arrived, they just happened to see this scene. News of the eldest young mistress's big move quickly spread throughout the Sky Wing City. Coincidentally, there was no competition at the moment, so most of the people were having their meals in the city. When they heard the commotion on the streets, they all came out in a sea of people. Along the way, no one dared to persuade her. Ah! Isn't that Chen Lian, How did she become like this? A few students from the continent's magic elite camp who had come to watch the commotion were dumbfounded when they saw the person being dragged by the eldest young mistress. To be honest, they had never seen Chen Lian like this. She was completely naked. Her snow-white skin had been rubbed by a few thick iron chains until it was dripping with blood. There was no longer any arrogance on her beautiful face. Her hair was messy, and her mouth was stuffed with smelly socks. Her appearance was as ugly as it could be. Ever since Feng Tian of the continent's magic elite camp was defeated, Chen Lian had become the person with the most consecutive victories in the camp. Her status in the hearts of the camp students had also risen. Everyone thought that she was the most likely candidate to become the combat king. Who would have thought that she would appear in front of everyone with this appearance? When her former admirers saw this scene, they all muttered in their hearts. However, no one dared to step forward and argue with the eldest young mistress. After all, her background was not to be underestimated. In Skywing City, the people from the city lord's residence were like local tyrants. One of the students went to look for Elder Helion in a panic. Chen Lian was gagged and could not struggle. She was dragged to the city gate. Eldest young mistress did as she said. Ignoring Chen Lian's cries and pleas, she hung the naked Chen Lian up like a white chicken and hung her at the city gate for everyone to see. The eldest young mistress even found someone to watch over Chen Lian and forbade anyone from saving her. When the news reached Elder Helion's ears, he brought a group of students from the magic elite camp to the city gate and saw Chen Lian's appearance. After recognizing Chen Lian, Elder Helion's expression turned ugly. He ordered someone to go up and negotiate, stating his identity as an elder of the continent's magic elite camp. Only then did the other party go to the city lord's mansion and inform eldest young mistress. Only then did eldest young mistress know that the girl who had hooked up with Skywing's tower was actually a student from the continent's magic elite camp. A well-nourished student from the continent's magic elite camp actually hooked up with someone else's husband. How could eldest young mistress let Chen Lian off so easily? Eldest young mistress, I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. If what you said is true, I will definitely not let this student off so easily. Elder Helion suppressed his grievances and begged in a low voice. Seeing that the other party had already given in, eldest young mistress hesitated. Although Skywing City was famous for its military prowess, the continent's magic elite camp was not to be trifled with. Just then, Steward Chu sent someone to deliver a message. The message was from the city lord. The city lord's meaning was that this matter had already been stirred up and the punishment that should have been taught had already been taught. He asked eldest young mistress not to completely fall out with them. Eldest young mistress weighed the pros and cons before ordering someone to abandon Chen Lian. Once the stinky sock was thrown out of her mouth, Chen Lian could not stop crying. She wept as she explained. At this moment, she also understood that she must have fallen into Chu Yu's trap, but she could not figure out how Chu Yu had guessed that she would drug the tea. However, Chen Lian was in the wrong, so she could not say that she had harbored evil intentions. As such, Chen Lian's explanation was full of loopholes, and the more Elder Helion listened, the more disdainful he felt. What are you still crying for? Take her back. From today onward, she is not allowed to take a single step out of the airship. You have completely disgraced the continent's magic elite camp. Elder Helion felt a headache coming on. This trial had truly been full of twists and turns. First, Feng Tian had nearly died, and then Chen Lianer had hooked up with the Skywing's eldest young master. The continent's magic elite camp had completely lost face. Chen Lianer still wanted to struggle, but several female mages forced her to put on clothes and sent her to the airship. As she was being sent away, she passed through the crowd and heard all sorts of humiliating words. Shameless, seducing a married man. With such looks, it's no wonder the eldest young master was seduced. Ruined. Everything was ruined. Chen Lianer did not dare to raise her head. She could feel the gazes and public opinion from all directions stabbing into her heart like sharp knives, turning her heart into a bloody mess. She was Chen Lianer, the noble crown prince's wife. When had she ever been humiliated like this? All along, she had been the #1 beauty of Zhou State. Even the crown prince of Zhou State cared for her as if she was his sweetheart. However, here, she was treated as the dirtiest existence. Everyone looked at her as if they were looking at a rat in the gutter. Why? What exactly was going on? Everything was originally going smoothly. Feng Tian had been defeated, and she was about to become the #1 person in the continent's magic elite camp. However, all these beautiful dreams were now shattered. Chen Lianer glanced at a few figures from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes narrowed as she saw Yunxing, Dong Huanglinger, and Chu Yu. The three ladies with the same otherworldly appearance and temperament stood together, dazzling Chen Lianer. At the same time, her heart went crazy. She finally understood that the friend Chu Yu was talking about was most likely Yunxing. Liking to collect strange stones was clearly an excuse. This matter was all a scam. She had fallen into Yunxing's trap from the start. Chen Lianer understood that it must be Yunxing. She must have said something to Chu Yu. Chu Yucai had tampered with his tea. At this moment, Chen Lianer's heart was filled with regret. She had placed all the blame on Yunxing, but it was all too late. Chapter 665. At this moment, Chen Lianer's heart was filled with regret and hatred. She placed all the blame on Yunxing. However, it was already too late. She understood that after today, even if she returned to the mainland's magic elite camp, the entire camp would know about her scandal. After all, her teacher would also despise her because of this. She would no longer be able to be the high and mighty cherry blossom beauty in the mainland's magic elite camp. Chen Lianer looked at the crowd again. Her pupils contracted intensely. She saw the figure that she had been thinking about day and night. Yi Baiming, he was also standing in the crowd. Dressed in black, he was still dazzling in the dark night. She actually let him see her most unbearable side. Hatred. So much hatred. At this moment, Chen Lianer felt that her entire world had collapsed. She was so angry that she couldn't swallow her anger and fainted. At the moment before she fainted, a thought flashed across Chen Lianer's mind. No matter who it was, those who harmed her must all die. Yunxing, Chu Yu, Tian Yitua, eldest young mistress, all of them must pay the price. Seeing that Chen Lianer had fallen to the ground, Elder Hellion had no choice but to order Yunxing to go forward and check on her. Yunxing, quickly come and take a look. Elder Hellion was also furious. He had already seen that Elder Yu was also watching the show from the side. Chen Lianer was usually smart, but why was she so unrestrained this time around? This time, when I return to the mainland's magic elite camp, I must definitely punish her severely. Also, her teacher, Xiao, how did she discipline her disciple? Yunxing went forward and took a look. She discovered that Chen Lianer was only lacking in blood and qi and was overly frightened. The few female mages sent Chen Lianer away. Dong Huanglinger, who had been watching the show from the side, saw that everyone had left. She couldn't help but shout, evil really has its retribution. This woman, let's see how arrogant she will be in the future. Big sister Yu, was it you who did it? Yunxing only remembered that she reminded Chu Yu to be wary of Chen Lianer. Why did Chu Yu teach Chen Lianer a lesson the moment she reincarnated? The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. She only has herself to blame. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to obtain that stone. Chu Yu told them the whole story. Chu Yu originally wanted to find the whereabouts of the stone while Skywing Tuo and Chen Lianer were in a state of delirium. Unfortunately, after searching through Skywing Tuo's clothes, she did not find the maze stone. It seemed that Heavenly Wing Tower still had some brains and did not bring that stone everywhere. Chu Yu had no choice but to think of other ways. After hearing what Chu Yu said, Dong Huangling was filled with admiration and anger at the same time. When she saw Chen Lianer's appearance just now, she had some sympathy for her. So this woman had only herself to blame. Truly too vicious. Big sister Yu, you are too brilliant. However, how did Chen Lianer get together with the eldest young master of Skywing City? Dong Huangling had a gossipy expression on her face. Then we should ask the first young master himself. I'm afraid he won't be having a good time now. Chu Yu also found it funny. Eldest young mistress had caused such a huge commotion this time. The news had probably already spread to the city lord's mansion. Second young master Skywing Tuo was probably gloating at this moment. Within the Skywing City Lord's mansion, the first young master, whose clothes were disheveled, and the first young mistress, whose face was still full of anger, were both kneeling in the main hall. In the main hall, teacup fragments were scattered all over the floor. The Skywing City Lord sat on an armchair with an ashen face. Look at what you have done, you damn brat. The Skywing City Lord had just finished his cultivation when he heard of this scandal. He flew into a rage and grabbed the first young master, who was hiding in another courtyard, and brought him back. Father, you can't blame me for this. It was Chen Lianer who delivered herself to me. Besides, your son is a normal man. When a beauty throws herself into my arms, how could I possibly reject her? Skywing Tower's face flushed red as he spoke. Since Chen Lianer was not present, he could say whatever he wanted. How old are you? You still can't control that thing in your lower body. Skywing Tuo, you will die on a woman's belly sooner or later. The Skywing City Lord was so angry that he wanted to slap this brat to death. However, he was his own flesh and blood. Since the matter had already happened, he could only think of ways to repair his relationship with the mainland's magic elite camp. Skywing Tuo muttered and glanced at the first young mistress who was like a tigress beside him. If you didn't give me such a tigress, would I still need to indulge in debauchery outside? When the first young mistress heard this, she wanted to wrestle with him. Enough. The Skywing City Lord was so angry that he rubbed his forehead. He was really smart all his life, but this time he was stupid. How could he have given birth to such a prodigal son? One of the first young master was a pervert, and the other second young master was a homosexual. If this continued, who knew who would inherit the city lord's mansion's family business after 100 years? Father, I am speaking from the bottom of my heart. Skywing Tuo wrestled with the first young mistress. Relying on his man's strength, he finally restrained the woman with great difficulty. He rolled his eyes and recalled what Chen Lian had said earlier. Actually, it's very simple for me not to be a womanizer. Father, you just have to marry Chu Yu into the family for me, and I guarantee that I will stay at home. Alright, you shameless one. I knew that you and Chu Yu, that little vixen, were flirting with each other. Nothing good can come out of it. When the first young mistress heard this, she immediately exploded and wrestled with Skywing Tuo. Stop! The Skywing City Lord roared angrily. The first young master and first young mistress, who were still entangled with each other, felt a wave of discomfort in their organs. Both of them knew that the city lord was truly angry and hurriedly withdrew their hands. Master, an old steward at the side advised. What the first young master said is not impossible. Chu Yu is clever and has been in the city lord's mansion since she was young. She can manage the first young master. As for the first young mistress, please be more tolerant. After all, you are the first young master's legal wife. In the future, even if the first young master has children, they will be under your name. When the Skywing City Lord heard this, he also fell into deep thought. He had watched Chu Yu grow up, but Steward Chu had always been very unyielding about the first young master marrying Chu Yu. The first young mistress was also scheming in her heart. If marrying Chu Yu could cut off all other women, she was also willing. Moreover, the first young mistress had always had a knot in her heart. This time, even the first young mistress could not do anything to the first young master. The first young mistress and first young mistress had been married for 7 or 8 years and had never had children. After experiencing Chen Lian, her Skywing Tuo despised the first young mistress even more. He had long since lobbied the Skywing City Lord to marry another concubine. The Skywing City Lord had been somewhat impatient at first, but after many times, and considering the situation of his 2 sons. The eldest son was dissolute by nature, and he had long since separated from his daughter-in-law. It would be very difficult for them to have children. As for his son, everyone in the Skywing arena knew that he was homosexual. It was even more impossible for him to have children. The Skywing City Lord thought it over and over again. Rather than his eldest son really fooling around with some random woman outside and having children with some impure bloodline, Chu Yu was indeed a very good candidate. Chapter 666. This child, Chu Yu, had a clear mind. She was also beautiful, and he had watched her grow up. Even if something happened in Skywing City in the future, he would be able to grasp it. Should he let Chu Yu marry or not? Seeing the hesitation on his father's and eldest young mistress' faces, the eldest young master knew that there was hope in this matter. He hurriedly went forward. Father, think about it. If Chu Yu and I get married, it would be equivalent to acknowledging Steward Chu as my mother. The governor of Skywing City was moved. He and Steward Chu had been entangled all these years. After his 2 wives died, he had never had any thoughts about other women. However, Steward Chu had always refused to accept him because she was afraid that the eldest young master and second young master would be dissatisfied. What Skywing's Tuo meant was that as long as the governor of Skywing City agreed to take Chu Yu as his concubine, he would approve of him marrying Steward Chu. The governor of Skywing City sighed. Forget it. I will allow you to marry Chu Yu as your concubine. However, the etiquette of marrying her must be that of a proper wife. Chu Lan, oh Chu Lan. Since you and I could not become husband and wife back then, let our next generation make up for this regret. Inside the treasure boat, Steward Chu already knew the entire course of events that happened during the day. You are too reckless. If the eldest young master finds out about this matter, he will definitely come to pester you again. Steward Chu looked at his daughter, his brows full of worry. This Skywing's Tuo was becoming more and more lawless. Mother, do you think that Skywing's Tuo still has the ability to investigate this matter? I'm afraid that he is being reprimanded in the residence right now. Chu Yu found it funny. Not good, Steward Chu. A waiter from the treasure boat hurriedly rushed in. There's news from the city lord's mansion. It said that the city lord has ordered for eldest young master to marry sister Chu Yu in 10 days. What? The mother and daughter of the Chu family turned pale with fright. They had not expected that today's unforeseen event would have such a turn of events. How could this be? Chu Yu was in a daze. The governor had ordered her to marry Skywings Tuo. This nightmare that had haunted her for many years had actually happened. Don't say anything else. Here is some of Mother's secret stash. I've heard that the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's spaceship will be leaving Skywing City tonight. You can secretly hide on the spaceship and leave this place. Manager Chu's eyes were brimming with tears. She had never thought that the city lord would actually do such a thing. The mother and daughter hurriedly packed up their belongings. Steward Chu took advantage of the night to send Chu Yu to the vicinity of the city gate. However, when they arrived at the place where the empty ship was docked, they found a group of city lord's mansion guards searching the empty ship. Steward Chu, Miss Chu. The guards were on guard and did not allow the mother and daughter to enter the empty ship. Steward Chu forced a smile. Brothers, it's the middle of the night, why are you searching for the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's empty ships? Reporting to Steward Chu, the city lord has just issued an order to search all the ships entering and leaving Skywing City these few days. The guards methodically inspected the empty ships in the area. After confirming that there were no problems with the empty ships, they let them pass one by one. Mother, it's useless. Chu Yu only felt despair. How intelligent was the Skywing City Lord? He had probably long anticipated that Yi Futian would flee. Moreover, Chu Yu was not willing to abandon Steward Chu and escape by herself. Mother has let you down. Steward Chu hugged Chu Yu and buried her head in tears. If she had not become the steward of the city lord's mansion because of her infatuation with the Skywing City Lord, her daughter would not have suffered such a fate. Skywing's tower was a fickle playboy. If followed him, she would definitely not have a good life in the future. Mother, all of this is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Yu's bad luck. The city lord had once said that Yu was like his daughter. It's a pity that I am not his biological daughter. At the crucial moment, he still chose to side with his playboy son. Chu Yu's face was filled with desolation. She had done her best for the Skywing City Lord's mansion, but what did she get in return? Isn't that big sister Yu and Steward Chu? When the mother and daughter were wiping their tears, Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger walked over. Tonight, the empty ship of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce that Zhou Qingchuan was on was about to leave. Yunsheng was sending him off and happened to pass by. Who would have thought that she would see such a scene? After knowing the whole story, Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger's faces were filled with righteous indignation. It's really like a fresh flower being stuck in cow dung. Big sister Chu Yu, you can't marry that kind of person. Although she had never seen Skywing's tower before, when Chen Lian was caught in bed in the middle of the day, Skywing's tower ran away by himself. This kind of man was simply scum. Linger, you don't know. I can't escape. The power of the Skywing City Lord is not small. Moreover, I have no way of escaping from the Skywing City. Chu Yu's heart was already like dead ashes. Her beautiful face was filled with worry. Yunsheng saw this. She lowered her voice and said, Big sister Chu Yu, there might be a turning point for this matter. Let's return to the treasure boat first. When Yunsheng said this, Chu Yu and her mother, who were originally in despair, looked as if they had seen a life-saving straw. Especially Manager Chu. She almost knelt down in front of Yunsheng. Big sister Chu Yu, persuade Manager Chu first. Let's return to the treasure boat first and discuss this matter. It's not good to talk about it here. Yunsheng was embarrassed. She had suddenly thought of this matter in a flash. The four of them immediately returned to the treasure boat. Once they returned to the treasure boat, Manager Chu dismissed his subordinates and impatiently asked questions. Before I tell you the method, I have to ask a few questions. I'll say the ugly words first. No matter what questions I ask, you all have to answer truthfully. Big sister Chuyu, you must not get angry. Yunxing coughed a few times. Miss Yun, things have already come to this point. Let's not talk about you asking a few questions. Even if you want me to do anything for you, as long as I can protect you, I'm willing, Manager Chu said sincerely. At this moment, Manager Chu was also muttering in his heart. Could it be that Yunxing had a way to reverse the orders of the Skywing City Lord? However, after experiencing the refining incident last time, Manager Chu had more confidence in Yunxing. Big sister Chu Yu, then let me ask you first. Are you really unwilling to marry Skywing's tower? Yunxing still had to confirm Chu Yu's thoughts. The Chu Yu that Yunxing knew was a woman with ambition and tricks. The two sons of the Skywing City Lord's residence were disappointing. With Chu Yu's wit, if she really married into the Lord's residence in the future, she would definitely be able to control the Lord's residence. If you want me to marry him, I'll have to die. Chu Yu did not hesitate at all. Her gaze was incomparably firm as she rejected immediately. She, Chu Yu, was ambitious. However, the things that she wanted were all obtained legitimately through her own efforts. They were definitely not obtained by sacrificing her own body. Chapter 667. A woman's youthful beauty was but an instant. A beautiful woman's bones were but a matter of 10 years. Only with status and absolute power could Chu Yu's position in Skywing City be as stable as Mount Tai. I know you're unwilling. But the city lord has already given the order. What can you do? My poor child, it's all your mother's fault. Manager Chu did not wish to delay his daughter's marriage. But what could she do? To leave Skywing City, one had to pass through the city gates. Even if it was within 100 miles, there was no way to escape. Chu Yu also had some misgivings. She had grown up in Skywing City since she was young and depended on her mother for survival. Even if she could leave this place, how would she survive after leaving? Could it be that she would have to evade Skywing City's wanted list for the rest of her life? Chu Yu and her mother's hearts were in a mess at this moment. Skywing's tower, that playboy, had already announced in the city that Chu Yu was his woman after receiving his father's promise. Thinking of this, Manager Chu's face was full of worry. Chu Yu was a woman after all. Her reputation was the most important. Skywing's tower's actions were equivalent to forcing Chu Yu. Even if this marriage did not work out, it would be difficult for Chu Yu to find a good home in the future. Yunxing, I'm not willing to marry Skywing's tower, but my mother and I have no other choice. Chu Yu hated herself for being a woman. If she was not a woman, how could she? If you don't want to marry, then don't marry. Yunxing looked at the mother and daughter, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying. Easy for you to say. Chu Yu shook her head. It's even easier to do it. All he needed to do was to use a small method. But before that, I need to ask Manager Chu a very personal question. Yunxing coughed. Manager Chu was an elder. Yunxing was really embarrassed to ask that question. Miss Yun, please ask. As long as it can help you, escape from the evil claws of that bastard Skywing's tower, even if I die, I'm willing, Manager Chu hurriedly asked. How could it be so serious? This question is actually very simple. Did you have a good relationship with the Lord of Skywing City back then? When Yunxing asked this question, the mother and daughter of the Chu family were stunned. Chu Yu, in particular, had no idea why Yunxing would ask such a question. Manager Chu's face was so red that it was about to bleed. She muttered in her heart, how could this child speak so boldly? Yunxing, my mother and the city lord have always had a relationship of host and guest. How could that be? Chu Yu saw that her mother's face was red from being questioned, and thought that she was angry, so she hurriedly tried to defend herself. Steward Chu, you must think carefully. The answer to this question is directly related to Sister Chu Yu's lifelong happiness. Yunxing wasn't embarrassed at all. She was a doctor and had asked all kinds of questions before. Seeing that Steward Chu still did not answer, she asked again, Steward Chu, let me ask you. Back then, did you and the Skywing City Lord have a relationship that went beyond a master-servant relationship? Like the relationship between a man and a woman? Dong Huangling, who was at the side, became anxious. Manager Chu, answer me. This concerns big sister Chu Yu's happiness. You too. Sigh, back then, I did have a relationship with the Skywing City Lord. Furthermore, he was my first man. After Steward Chu finished speaking, her face was extremely red. Chu Yu was dumbfounded. She had never heard her mother mention that she and the city lord actually had a relationship. Yunxing remembered that Chu Yu had once said that her father was a guard in the city lord's residence and died not long after she was born. Yunxing had long suspected that just by looking at Chu Yu's appearance, she knew that Steward Chu must have been a devastatingly beautiful woman when she was young. Even now, Steward Chu was still a beautiful middle-aged woman who still retained her charm. A woman who had accompanied the Skywing City Lord since she was in her teens. Furthermore, the two of them were both upright and young at that time. How could there not be any sparks between them? Therefore, Yunxing deliberately confirmed that Steward Chu must have had an ambiguous relationship with the Skywing City Lord. Now that she asked this question today, it was indeed true. A beautiful woman in the prime of her youth who had just lost her husband and had a brave and mighty city lord by her side, Yunxing did not need to think too much about what happened next. She could already fantasize about it for a long time. Mother, sigh, Yunxing, today's matter is my own matter. You don't need to ask anymore. Chu Yu saw that her mother was extremely embarrassed and stomped her feet, wanting to stop Yunxing from asking any further. Then, Steward Chu, until when did the relationship between the two of you end? Yunxing continued to ask. Steward Chu even had the heart to die. She still had to say such an unruly thing in front of her own daughter. But when she thought that this matter might really be related to her daughter's happiness, Steward Chu suppressed her embarrassment and anger. It didn't break. It didn't break. Yunxing was stunned. Needless to say, Chu Yu was even more so. What did it mean that it didn't break? Did it mean that from that time until now, they had been inseparable? Mother, how could you let father down? Chu Yu was also very angry. She did not expect her mother to be such an unruly person. Sigh, child, this matter is a long story. The city lord and I are not like what you think. He and I are truly in love. As for your father, he also tacitly approves of this matter. Steward Chu sighed. Her relationship with the Skywing City Lord was somewhat similar to the relationship between City Lord Di Hong and Lady Ro. It was just that the Skywing City Lord was not Yuan Citian. When he and Steward Chu met, both of them were 17 or 18 years old. Steward Chu's ability was outstanding. At that time, the Skywing City Lord had just established Skywing City and needed someone to help him manage it. It was just that at that time, he already had 2 wives. Steward Chu was unwilling to be a concubine, but she could not give up her feelings for the Skywing City Lord. The two of them treated each other with respect until one day, when the Skywing City Lord was careless in his cultivation. In order to save him, Steward Chu had sex with him. It was only after that the two of them confirmed their relationship. It was not known how this matter was found out by the Skywing City Lord. She took advantage of the fact that the Skywing City Lord was out to force Steward Chu to marry a guard in the residence. After the Skywing City Lord returned, he flew into a rage and almost wanted to kill that guard. It was only when Steward Chu interceded that the guard was saved. However, that guard was seriously injured in an accident and passed away not long after. At that time, Steward Chu already had Chu Yu. After she gave birth to Chu Yu, she still had some relations with the Skywing City Lord. Now that the two wives in the city had passed away one after another, the friendship between Steward Chu and the Skywing City Lord continued. However, because their children were already grown up and Steward Chu was a thin-skinned person, the relationship between the two of them was only established on a spiritual level. After listening to her mother's story, Chu Yu remained silent. Yunxing also sighed with emotion. This pair was also an infatuated man and a resentful woman. Chapter 668. To a certain extent, the Skywing City Lord wanted Chu Yu to marry Skywing's Tuo as a form of compensation. He wanted to take care of the mother and daughter for the rest of their lives. It was a pity that Skywing's Tuo was not a good person at all. From the incident with Chen Lianer last time, it was obvious that this man was not a good person. Chu Yu could not be ruined by him. This is what happened. Miss Yun, you said that as long as I tell you about the past, you can help you, Is this true? After Steward Chu said this, she felt relieved. She and the Skywing City Lord were already so unclean in this lifetime. Now that the two madams had passed away, the Skywing City Lord had proposed to marry Steward Chu several times. She had rejected him because she knew that the two young masters in the residence would definitely oppose this. This time, the eldest young master must have used this as a threat to force the Skywing City Lord to relent. Then is it possible that Sister Yu is the City Lord's daughter? Yunxing probed again. How is that possible? Yunxing, don't humiliate my mother anymore. Although I was born prematurely, my mother suffered a lot when she gave birth to me. Since young, Chu Yu only thought that her father was that guard. Although the other party's status was low and they had never met before, Chu Yu only recognized one father. Impossible. I gave birth to the child, so I know it best. Even though I have a close relationship with the City Lord, Chu Yu is indeed her deceased father's child. I was pregnant in June. As for her, she was born in December. Although she was born prematurely, when I was pregnant with her, the City Lord was not in Skywing City. Steward Chu said with certainty. Steward Chu was not a fickle person. When she was forced to marry Chu Yu's father, she was unwilling at that time. However, that guard did not make things difficult for her because of this. When she was ridiculed and condemned by the two madams in the residence, it was that man who used everything he had to protect her. It was also because she was touched by that and despaired of the Skywing City Lord that Steward Chu accepted him. The two of them once had a period of mutual respect. Chu Yu was conceived at that time. After having Chu Yu, Steward Chu no longer had any relationship with the Skywing City Lord. Premature babies are even better. Did Chiyu give birth to him? Yunxing thought to herself. The heavens are really helping me. It's not even July, Steward Chu sighed. After she married the guard, the two madams were still unwilling to let her go. They forced her, who was pregnant, to go to the treasure boat. At that time, the Skywing City Lord had also been infuriated by Steward Chu's deliberate cold shoulder, so he did not care about these matters. Chu Yu was born prematurely when Steward Chu was busy on the treasure boat and accidentally disturbed the fetus. What if we push the time back another 3 months? During the 4th month, was the City Lord in Skywing City? Yunxing asked with a smile. This. The mother and daughter of the Chu family immediately understood Yunxing's intentions. Sister Yu was born prematurely. Other than you, no one knows her true identity. If you say she's the city lord's daughter, then she's the city lord's daughter. In this way, Skywings Tuo won't dare to have any evil thoughts, Yunxing said with a smile. In fact, Yunxing had heard Chuyu mention during their previous chats that she had been born prematurely when she was young, so her body wasn't very good. Later on, she had become a warrior to strengthen her body. However, the fire can't be contained. What the city lord hates the most is being deceived by others. The two young masters in the residence will definitely not let it go. Steward Chu was a little hesitant. At this moment, she really hoped that her daughter was the city lord's flesh and blood. However, the truth was the exact opposite. Yes, Heavenly Wing Tuo and Heavenly Wing Dong aren't easy to deal with. They'll definitely force me to do a blood test with the city lord. When the time comes, we'll be exposed, and Mother will be implicated. Chu Yu was unwilling to take the risk. Let's do the blood test. I still have a way to let your blood fuse together. Yunxing winked slyly. No, I can't do that. Chu Yu still disagreed. Sister Chu Yu, your father passed away early. If I'm not wrong, the one who hugged you when you were young, played with you, and even taught you martial arts should be the city lord himself, right? Yunxing guided her patiently. Chu Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but recall the scene of her childhood. Because she didn't have a father and was born prematurely, she was as thin and weak as a little monkey when she was young. The children of many servants in the city lord's residence would take advantage of the absence of the adults to bully her. Somehow, the city lord found out about this. The city lord hid it from Steward Chu and came back every evening to teach her martial arts. Chu Yu's heart warmed every time she thought of the scene of the two of them practicing martial arts and playing under the setting sun like father and daughter. The strict city lord was the only person in Chu Yu's childhood memories who was comparable to her father. It was only when she became an adult that she found out that the city lord of Skywing's castle was not related to her by blood. Considering the rumors in the city lord's residence, she gradually distanced herself from him. If she really became the city lord's daughter, then her mother would have fewer misgivings. Chu Yu didn't say a word, and Steward Chu also frowned. Yunxing took the opportunity to whisper a few words into Chu Yu's ear. Chu Yu believed it, but at the moment, the only way to save her was the method that Yunxing said. Early the next morning, Chu Yu and her mother immediately arrived at the city lord's residence of Skywing's castle. Oh, isn't this Chu Yu? The two had just entered the city lord's residence when they heard Skywing's tower's eccentric voice. Skywing's tower had a smug look on his face. I told you long ago that you would be this young master's woman sooner or later. Eldest young master, show some respect. I'm here to find the city lord. Chu Yu's face was frosty. It's useless to find my father. You will be this young master's concubine in the future. The eldest young master reached out to touch Chu Yu's face. Impudent. Eldest young master, you're doing something worse than a beast. I'll make it clear today. You, is your biological sister, the city lord's biological daughter. Steward Chu's stern eyes narrowed as he reprimanded. Skywing's tower's hand stiffened, and his face turned to stone. When the servants of the city lord's residence heard the news, they immediately relayed the news to the city lord of Skywing's castle. When Skywing's supremacy heard the news, he was extremely agitated. He gathered his two sons in the main hall, and even the eldest young mistress hurried over. How can Chu Yu be our sister? Steward Chu, you can't speak carelessly. After hearing the news, Skywing's tower and Skywing's east had looks of disbelief. Almost 20 years had passed, and his sister had suddenly popped out of nowhere. Skywing's tower gritted his teeth. Chu Yu, that little girl, must be lying. In order to avoid the marriage with him, she came up with such a rotten idea. Father, please be careful about this matter. Father, Chuyu must be talking nonsense because she wants to break off the marriage. Neither of the two brothers was willing to admit Chuyu's identity. At this moment, the city lord of Skywing's castle, Skywing Supremacy's thoughts were also a mess. He looked at Steward Chu with a complicated expression. Chapter 669. The Skywing City Lord wanted to find some clues from the stupefied Steward Chu. He had been in a relationship with Steward Chu for many years. It could be said that he had been in love with Steward Chu for the longest time. In his life, the only person he had been moved by was Chu Lan. The marriage that year had caused the Skywing City Lord to feel bitter and hateful. He had regretted it for many years. When Chuyu was born, due to her premature birth, the Skywing City Lord still had a sliver of doubt about Chuyu's background. He even thickened his skin and personally went to ask Steward Chu, but Steward Chu insisted that Chuyu was the daughter of her short-lived husband. He had no choice but to give up. He had wanted to facilitate the marriage between his son and Chuyu, but who knew that after so many years, the mother and daughter would suddenly change their minds. This matter was too coincidental, and it happened after he had ordered Chuyu to marry his eldest son. He could not help but be suspicious. Chu Lan, if this matter is true, why did you deny it back then? The Skywing's honorable sighed. He did have feelings for Steward Chu. She had silently accompanied him for so many years, and their friendship was deeper than his two deceased wives. City Lord, if I had acknowledged that child's identity back then, I'm afraid that mother and daughter would not have been able to live in this world. Moreover, my late husband had passed away early, and there was no bloodline in his family, so I wanted to leave an heir for him, Steward Chu said as she pretended to wipe her tears. Steward Chu, you're really full of nonsense. You had concerns back then and could not say it. Then why are you willing to say it now? The Skywing's honorable jumped out. If not for the eldest young master forcing me into a corner this time, I would not have told the truth even if I died. Eldest young master, Yu-Er has hidden from you for so many years to avoid the tragedy of sibling incest. Steward Chu's face was red with anger. She recalled the misery of the mother and daughter all these years and cried even more sincerely. Steward Chu even secretly pinched his daughter, Chuyu, but Chuyu, who was at the side, couldn't cry no matter what. Fortunately, Chuyu was prepared. She pulled up her sleeves and fiercely wiped her eyes a few times. Chuyu's sleeves had already been smeared with a lot of chilly water according to Yunxing's instructions. As soon as the chilly water entered her eyes, Chuyu's tears immediately fell. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried together. It was a miserable scene. After hearing the mother and daughter's words, those who were slightly soft-hearted felt their noses sour. Those servants, maids, and some old stewards all wiped away their tears. The two young masters and eldest young mistress were the only ones who didn't believe him. Even the ambitious and ruthless Skywing City Lord couldn't help but feel sorrow in his heart. He held Steward Chu in one hand and Chuyu in the other, feeling deeply moved. Don't cry. It's been hard on you and your daughter all these years. I'm not in the city most of the time. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully the two of you. Let's just forget about Yu-Er's marriage. The Skywing City Lord felt his heart ache when he saw this, and he was about to step forward to console the mother and daughter. At this point, the Skywing City Lord was already 70 to 80% convinced. Wait, father, don't be blinded by the tears of these two women. Whether this was true or not still needed to be verified. Whether or not she's father's flesh and blood, a drop of blood will be enough. Second young Master Skywing saw that the situation wasn't right and stepped forward to stop him. He was a homosexual and was most disdainful of these women's tricks. He was different from Skywing Tower. If Chuyu really returned to the family, Skywing Tower would just lose a plaything. Chuyu had originally been his subordinate. If she really turned into his younger sister, then who would have the final say in the Skywings arena in the future? Moreover, Kong Fei was clamoring to be the person in charge of the Yellow Wings division. If Chuyu returned to the family, the qualifications to be the person in charge of the Yellow Wings division would belong to none other than her. After she became the person in charge, if the Yellow Wings division became a manager, the upper echelons of the Skywing arena would view Chuyu in a new light. If this continued, Chuyu would very likely replace him as the new steward of the Skywing arena. Furthermore, given Skywing Lord Skywing's trust in Steward Chuyu's status would surely rise in the future. He would never allow another person to compete with him for the family property. That's right. A drop of blood will be used. At worst, second brother and I will also drop our blood. If the results are the same, Chuyu will be the true descendant of our Skywing clan. Skywing Tower was also unwilling. What sister or not? If he, Skywing Tower, took a fancy to her, even if she was his sister, he would still eat her up. This was already a fat piece of meat on the side. How could he just watch and throw it away? The two Skywing brothers were in agreement for the first time. Skywing Tower swore to eat the swan meat that was Chuyu, while Skywing Tower did not want his power to be seized by others. Both had the ambition of wolves. One was a jackal, and the other was a wolf. Neither was good. Chuyu and her mother saw this and hated it in their hearts. Fortunately, the two of them were already mentally prepared. The Skywing City Lord frowned and was about to reprimand them. Then let's do it, but if I really am the City Lord's daughter, what will happen? Chuyu's eyes turned cold, her pretty face already filled with anger. She stared straight at the Skywing brothers, the tears in her eyes already gone. If you are our sister, the marriage will be cancelled immediately. In the future, we brothers will definitely treat you as siblings, the Skywing brothers said in unison. If little sister Chuyu really is the flesh and blood of the Skywing clan, as her sister-in-law, I will also treat her with courtesy. The eldest young mistress patted her chest and promised. The three of them naturally believed that Chuyu would not dare to do a blood test. Who would have thought that after Chuyu heard their promises, her lips would curl, her eyes brimming with confidence as she agreed. When the Skywing City Lord saw this, he was somewhat puzzled. He looked at Steward Chu, who gave him a firm nod. The Skywing City Lord understood tacitly at this moment, and he was even more certain that Chuyu was his flesh and blood. With an order, the tools for the blood test were quickly brought over. The Skywing City Lord ordered for 3 bowls to be prepared. He poured a portion of clear water into each of the bowls, and dripped his finger blood into each of the bowls. The Skywing brothers also stepped forward and dripped their blood into each of the bowls. Chuyu was still a little apprehensive. Even though Yunxing had already demonstrated it several times, and she had seen the results with her own eyes, it was still a demonstration in front of the Skywing City Lord, so Chuyu still felt a little uneasy. Chuyu glanced at her mother. Steward Chu used his eyes to encourage his daughter to step forward. Chuyu stepped forward, picked up the needle, and pricked her finger. The blood dripped into the bowls. Everyone was only paying attention to Chuyu's blood, and no one noticed that when Chuyu pricked her finger, there was a layer of gray on her finger. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the bowls. Blood. The blood in the 3 bowls slowly began to change. There were now 2 drops of blood in each bowl, and in the end, they fused together. Chapter 670. When the blood completely fused together, Steward Chu's legs went soft, and Chuyu could not help but collapse to the ground and cry. Everyone present, especially the 2 young masters of the Skywing clan, had a marvelous expression on their faces. In the end, Chuyu really was their little sister. Did they really have a sister? The Skywing City Lord burst into laughter. Ignoring everything else, he stepped forward and hugged the mother and daughter pair. The three of them were crying and laughing at the same time. The Skywing Sovereign was undoubtedly the most pleasantly surprised. He had never imagined that at his age, he would have a daughter. Moreover, this daughter was obedient and sensible, just like Steward Chu. This was his daughter. It was just that while Steward Chu and Chu Yu's worry turned into joy, the Skywing Sovereign was ecstatic. Only the Skywing brothers looked at each other, their eyes filled with anger. Father, do you want to appraise it again? I think that Steward Chu might have prepared these tools beforehand. The Skywing City Lord was very meticulous. He suspected that Steward Chu was the one who had set up today's scheme. That's right, Father. Chu Yu doesn't look like you at all. How could she be our family? The Skywing Tower was still unwilling to give up. B***st**rd. You're truly worse than pigs and dogs. If I say so, then so be it. Do you think I'd mistake my own daughter for someone else? And you? You actually want to marry my sister? Scram. Both of you, scram. The Skywing Sovereign was just feeling happy, but he was enraged by the two brothers pestering. The two brothers knew that their father would not listen to anything they said, so they did not dare to say anything more, crestfallen as they scurried out of the hall. After Chu Yu's family of three was reunited, they had a peaceful and happy meal. During the meal, Chu Yu took the opportunity to mention that she wanted to take over the Yellow Wings competition zone. Father, your daughter contacted the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce a few days ago, intending to expand the Yellow Wings competition zone, but the first competition zone's Kong Fei has been obstructing your daughter at every turn, Chu Yu tactfully said. With the investment and craftsmen from the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, Chu Yu's expansion should have progressed very quickly. But Kong Fei, that bastard, was like a clown, causing mischief everywhere. Kong Fei. How could a puny competition zone referee be so bold? The Skywing City Lord was not very familiar with the matters of the Skywing Arena. But when he heard that someone was making things difficult for his precious daughter, he was furious. City Lord, Kong Fei is not an ordinary judge. He has a close relationship with Second Young Master. Manager Chu was also fanning the flames from time to time. That bastard. At the mention of his second son's special fetish, the Skywing City Lord was filled with anger. You don't have to worry about this matter. You are my daughter. Who in the city dares to bully you? Tomorrow, I will hold the ancestral recognition ceremony. As for second brother, I'll tell him that you will be in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone in the future. Kong Fei, you can teach him whatever you want. Thank you, Father. Chu Yu was overjoyed. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Manager Chu also had a gratified look on his face. The mother and daughter looked at each other with relief in their eyes. Both of them said in their hearts that it was all thanks to Yunsheng. When night fell, Chu Yu and Manager Chu finally had the chance to come out from the City Lord's mansion. They found Yunsheng and Dong Huang Linger, who were in the inn, and told them about what happened during the day. Sister Chu Yu, from today onwards, you are the daughter of the Skywing City Lord. You even became the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone. That's amazing. It's only been a day. Dong Huang Linger was overjoyed. Yunsheng also had a gratified look on her face. With this, the people of the Skywing Arena would no longer dare to ostracize Sister Chu Yu. Chu Yu's ability was obvious to all, but because of her identity, she had always been ostracized by that pretty boy from Skywing East. From tomorrow onwards, the City Lord will announce my identity. From today onwards, I will be called Skywing Yu. Chu Yu was half happy and half worried. She could get rid of Skywing Tower's entanglement, but she had also betrayed her identity. If her deceased father knew about this, who knew if he would blame her? She didn't reject acknowledging Skywing Tower as her father. After all, the City Lord had watched her grow up since she was young. Other than this marriage, the City Lord had never treated her unfairly. According to her mother, the City Lord wanted Chu Yu and him to become a true family, which was why he had Skywing Tower marry her. Yunsheng, actually, I'm still in a daze. Why would my blood and that of the City Lord and the Skywing brothers fuse? Chu Yu had a puzzled look on her face. Last night, in order to make Chu Yu more confident, Yunsheng had tried to fuse their blood together. However, at that time, Yunsheng had Steward Chu find a bowl of lime, then smeared lime on the needle used for the blood test. Today, for the blood test, Chu Yu had followed Yunsheng's instructions and smeared lime powder on her finger. Because there was very little lime powder, if the average person didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice it at all. At the moment of the blood test, Chu Yu's heart was still somewhat apprehensive. Steward Chu had even tested it. After smearing lime powder, even her and Yunsheng's blood could fuse together. If someone who didn't know saw it, they would really think that Yunsheng was Steward Chu's long-lost daughter. That's right, Sister Chu Yu and the City Lord are clearly not. Dong Huang Ling said without thinking. Ling Yunsheng warned. From today onwards, we must insist that Sister Chu Yu is the flesh and blood of the City Lord of Skywing City. This matter, only the four of us know. Yunsheng did things very carefully. Other than Chu Yu and her mother and Ling no one else knew about it. Even Gufeng and the others didn't know about it. The reason is very simple. Lime powder helps blood coagulation. As long as a small amount of lime powder is added, blood will coagulate. Moreover, using the blood test to confirm one's bloodline is not correct. Yunsheng couldn't explain to the two that blood of the same blood type and blood of different blood types could be fused together. The method of the ancient people using the blood test was actually very unscientific. For Yunsheng, who was familiar with modern medicine, it wasn't difficult to fuse the blood of two people who weren't related by blood. No matter what, this time, it's all thanks to you. I can finally rest assured. Chu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since she grew up into a young girl at the age of 13 or 14, she had always been harassed by Skywings. Even after arriving at the Skywings arena, Skywings would still harass her from time to time. Now that she had an additional identity, it was equivalent to putting an end to this future trouble forever. Miss Yun, please accept my bow. Steward Chu became even more agitated and was about to kneel down in front of Yunsheng. However, Yunsheng forcefully pulled him back. Sister Chu Yu. If you really want to repay me, then arrange a few more matches for us. You also know that Ling and I both want to obtain the title of Fighting King as soon as possible, Yunsheng said indifferently. Chapter 671. After thinking about it, Yunsheng sighed with emotion. She never would have thought that she would one day use modern medicine in such a situation. Of course. Even if the City Lord didn't appoint me as the supervisor of the Yellow Wings Division, I would still increase the schedule of the 9th Division. You two just have to rely on your strength and prepare for the 2-person annual competition. Chu Yu was full of confidence. After becoming the supervisor of the Yellow Wings Division, Chu Yu's responsibilities became even heavier. She knew that Kong Fei and the second young master would definitely not let this matter rest. They would definitely take advantage of the annual competition to cause trouble. Chu Yu's prediction was correct. Sure enough, the Skywing City Lord held an ancestral recognition ceremony the next day. He even specially invited a few of the main stewards of the treasure boat, the supervisors of the Skywings Arena's major divisions, as well as some of the powers in Skywing City to announce Chu-Yu's identity. The Skywing City Lord even announced that Chu-Yu would be renamed Skywings Yu and that she would be in charge of the Yellow Wings division in the future. Faced with this sudden decision, the second young master, Tianyi Dong, had some complaints, but there was nothing he could do. After this news was released, some were happy, while others were sad. The one who wanted to vomit blood the most was Kong Fei. Speaking of Kong Fei, he was also very unlucky. He had originally wanted to take advantage of the last monthly competition to make a huge profit, but who would have thought that he would be knocked unconscious in the monthly competition? After the competition ended that day, Kong Fei didn't wake up until the next day. The first thing he said when he woke up was, "How was the competition?" Flame Emperor counterattacked and won. Tianyi Dong didn't particularly care who won or lost. In any case, he didn't have much of a cooperative relationship with the Hidden Night Pavilion. Whether it was Lu Qingqing or Flame Emperor, it didn't matter who won. As long as it was a topic of discussion, the money lost could still be recovered from the annual competition. But Kong Fei was different. This sissy's heart was bleeding and twitching. Lu Qingqing had actually lost. Not only that, he quickly learned that his cousin, Yellow Knight Emissary, had also been killed. With Yellow Knight Emissary's death, Kong Fei really lost both his people and his money. Yellow Knight Emissary had boasted earlier that the Willow Blades team would win. That was a sure thing. Kong Fei was greedy. Thinking of such a high payout, he bet 1,000,000 gold coins on Willow Blades. The worst part was that this 1,000,000 was not his own money. Kong Fei was too extravagant. He didn't have any extra money on hand. This 1,000,000 gold coins was transferred from his cousin, Yellow Knight Emissary, from the Hidden Night Pavilion. Once Yellow Knight Emissary died, the Hidden Night Pavilion immediately forced Kong Fei to step down. Kong Fei could only take out the income of the first competition zone a few months ago to make up for it. He had thought that the matter would be resolved just like this. In any case, the income of the first competition zone was high, and they could earn it back very quickly. When the time came, they could settle the accounts without anyone noticing. But what made Kong Fei want to vomit blood was yet to come. After his body recovered, he went to the first competition zone and was immediately dumbfounded. The first, second, and third competition zones had all been razed to the ground. It would take at least 2 to 3 months to rebuild these competition zones. 2 to 3 months. Didn't that mean that his division wouldn't have any income in these 2 months? Not only that, but the matches that were originally scheduled for the first competition zone would also be allocated to the other competition zones. Because the 9th competition zone usually had the fewest competition schedules, Chu-Yu also received the most competition schedules. What made Kong Fei even more unbalanced was that Chu-Yu had used some unknown method to gather a large amount of funds and used it to expand the 9th competition zone. The current 9th competition zone was a full 2 times larger than before. It could accommodate 3,000 people watching the matches at the same time. Not only that, but the first thing Heaven's Winged Jade did after becoming the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone was to thoroughly investigate the entire Yellow Wings competition zone's accounts. She quickly found out that Kong Fei had misappropriated public funds for gambling. Heaven's Winged Jade immediately demanded that Kong Fei make up the money, or else she would chase Kong Fei out. After learning this news, Kong Fei only felt a fishy taste surge in his throat. With a "ft," he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the end, it was still the second young master who came forward and made up for the 1,000,000 gold coins difference. Because of this matter, Heaven's Winged Jade hated Heaven's Winged Jade even more. After Chu-Yu changed her name to Heaven's Winged Jade, Kong Fei and the second young master both behaved themselves for a while. Under Heaven's Winged Jade's management, the income of the 9th competition zone soared. Kong Fei was extremely envious. After racking his brains, he finally came up with a way to stop Chuyu from continuing to make profits. After Yellow Knight Emissary's death, Kong Fei's position in the Yellow Wings competition zone had already plummeted. Now that Chuyu had taken the stage, Kong Fei was even more resentful. On this day, Kong Fei went to find Heaven's Winged Jade again. After a round of flattery, he said, "Second young master, has the income of the recent monthly competition been poor? Why don't this subordinate come up with an idea for you?" Heaven's Winged Jade was indeed worried about the arena's declining income. Of the Heaven's Wings arenas for main competition zones, the performance of the Heaven and Earth divisions was about the same as in previous years. However, the Black Wings competition zone had been forced to close for reorganization due to the escape of the Profound Beasts. As for the monthly competition in the Yellow Wings competition zone, aside from the Flame Emperor match in August, which had seen a spurt of growth, the monthly competitions in September and October were not as good as before, whether it was the number of people entering or the audience's reaction. Only the competition zone where Heaven's Winged Jade was in outshone. In the final analysis, it was still because the match between Flame Emperor and Willow Saber that day had been too exciting. Without the excitement of that match in the future competitions, the people's enthusiasm had waned. Seeing that the end of the year was approaching, the Lord of Heaven's Wing City would have his 2 sons hand over their respective accounts books at the end of each year. He would compare the results of the Treasure Boat and the Heaven's Wings Arena. In previous years, the Treasure Boat and the Heaven's Wings Arena could be considered to have both won and lost. Heaven's Winged Jade originally didn't take it to heart, but a while ago, he had received news that the Treasure Boat had helped someone refine a Saint-grade saber a few months earlier. Not only that, but the Treasure Boat also seemed to have invited a master artificer. In this period of time, they had launched a large number of artifacts and weapons that were very unfamiliar in appearance and grade. Thanks to these things, the Treasure Boat's business had improved considerably. Heaven's Winged Jade had been the subject of Heaven's Winged Jade for a while, but when he saw the Treasure Boat's performance, his mood immediately turned sunny. He would sit in the main hall every evening and calculate how much money the Treasure Boat had earned each day with great relish. Even the city lord, who had always been very disdainful of Heaven's Winged Jade, had opened his mouth to praise Heaven's Winged Jade a few times. There had even begun to be rumors in the streets that the city lord of Heaven's Wing City intended to pass the position of city lord to Heaven's Winged Jade. Thus, the pressure on Heaven's Winged Jade came, and he had no choice but to shift his focus to the arena's performance.